profitable than it's ever been. But also, doesn't it kind of feel like it's completely falling apart?
Last week, 6 of the top 50 trending songs on Spotify were AI generated.
If I was my daughter's age, if I'm looking at what musicians are doing now, I wouldn't want to do this.
If you have a business model and that goes up 10, 15%, you're in a lot of trouble. Well, it's doubled.
But there is a refusal to offer even a semblance of a sustainable revenue source.
I'm owed $30,000 in music royalties that I will probably never see.
A lot of bands that you love, they're gonna call it quits in the next 2 years.
The industry as a whole is raking in more and more money. Labels, tech executives, and monopolistic middlemen make billions, while the bottom 80% of artists are forced into a death match with each other. As their costs go up and their revenue goes down, many smaller acts are starting to get priced out of the industry altogether. I want to talk about all the things that are causing this, but let's start with Spotify, since nobody has been more influential to the current state of music than the company that fundamentally changed the way we listen to it. My main source for a lot of the information in this video is this book by Liz Pelly called Mood Machine, and I would say my biggest takeaway is that Spotify has never, at any point, cared about artists. In fact, they've routinely done just about everything they can to both undermine and replace them. I think it's important to point out that the company wasn't even founded with the intention of being a music streaming service. The plan from the beginning was just to make a website that could sell ads. The content used to drive traffic to those ads was almost completely irrelevant.
Should it be product search, or should it be movies or audiobooks? And then we ended up with music.
The only reason they eventually decided on music was because they felt like there was a market for it. I'm pretty sure if they thought they'd sell more ads on pictures of feet, then that's what they would have done. And maybe I'd still be subscribed. And I don't bring this detail up because this is my first day on Earth and I'm just now learning that businesses like to make money. I know that's usually the case. I just like to point this out because it annoys me how much Spotify's founders have tried to retroactively apply this nobility to their cause.
I did this not because I thought we could make a ton of money. I did this because I cared about the problem, right? I cared about music and I cared about compensating artists fairly.
The problem was to distribute music, not to give you money.
Guys, we were never trying to profit. We just wanted to save the music industry. And I swear, we're gonna start saving it any day now. To be fair, it's easy to overly romanticize the time before music streaming apps, as if back then everything was working perfectly and artists were just raking in revenue left and right. 20 years ago, the industry was struggling. Piracy had become a huge problem. Once people realized they could download a band's entire discography for free, why would they keep spending 99 cents just to buy one song? And unless the plan was to arrest millions of teenagers for using BitTorrent, the most realistic way to counteract this was to create something just slightly more convenient in comparison so that people would see the value in paying for it. The problem for Spotify was that even while that income grew exponentially throughout the early 2010s, they just weren't able to keep enough of it for themselves. Sure, the only reason people use the app at all is to listen to the music that artists put on it, but that doesn't mean they should get most of the money. I won't rest until the guy who said, "What if we put Napster on phone?" is worth $10 billion. Oh, cool, I guess I can rest now. Now, the way monetization works on Spotify is that about 70% of the revenue that's made from subscriptions and advertisements are paid out to music rights holders, while Spotify pays their expenses with the remaining 30%. Now, I want you to remember those two numbers because I'm gonna refer back to them a lot in this video, and I'm gonna show you how that graph has slowly been morphing in the opposite direction. But let's start with the 70%. It's a common misconception that artists on Spotify are paid per stream, when technically that's not true. People will often throw around a figure of like 0.3 cents, but that's just an estimate, and it changes all the time. In reality, there's a fixed pool of revenue that gets distributed every month based on the total number of streams across the entire platform. So if an artist were to have 1% of all the streams, they would be owed 1% of all the revenue. This means that while there's obviously a correlation between the amount of plays a song gets and the amount of royalties that artist receives, it's not as if a third of a penny gets deposited into their account every time you press play. Spotify is a zero-sum game, so unfortunately, the more artists who succeed on it, the more the revenue pool gets spread thin. This is where I think they should be taking a much harsher stance than they currently are on AI-generated music. I don't care how much the technology is improving, AI slop is soulless, it's completely unnecessary, and more than anything else, it's theft. The only way it exists at all is because it was trained without consent on decades worth of stolen data. And yet, it is rampant online. Hundreds of thousands of songs are uploaded every single day, and over 40% of those are estimated to be completely AI-generated. Now, I don't want to see AI content anywhere. I have no respect for the people who use it, and I cannot wait for all these companies to run run out of money. But at least when like an AI YouTube short blows up, that doesn't financially affect everyone else on the platform. On Spotify though, it does, because again, there's only a finite amount of money to go around. According to a website called sloptracker.org, just the top 10 songs from just 50 AI artists are responsible for millions of dollars being taken away from actual artists. And this is a very small sample size. Now, some people have tried to theorize that these songs could be a low-cost way for Spotify to attempt to recoup some of the royalties they owe. Because if there just so happened to be a song on the platform that Spotify owned the rights to, then that percentage of stream share would get redirected right back into the company. And I'm not accusing them of that, but at the very least, they're certainly not doing anything to stop it. And even if they don't agree that AI art is inherently theft, the way that these artists have become so prominent is extremely suspicious. There's another website called Song Stats, which for pretty much every artist shows a graph of how their Spotify playlist reach has fluctuated over time. You'll probably notice that these tend to be all over the place. For real musicians trying to get their work listened to, it's a roller coaster. It is completely unpredictable. And now let's take some of the top AI artists and look at theirs. That's an interesting shape. That doesn't look like the other graphs. This is Inley, who currently has about 800,000 monthly listeners. And look at some of the playlists she's been in. Blues Mix, Morning Glow. These are official Spotify playlists. Here's one of the biggest ones I found, Breaking Rust, whose music sounds like it was trained on 30 hours of Chevy truck commercials. Just a few weeks after they released their very first song, they were already on playlists seen by 3 million people. What about The Velvet Sundown, who a lot of people were debating about last summer? Day one! The day they put their music out, they were already in these giant playlists. How is that possible, right? How could anyone look at this and say that it happened naturally? Whether or not Spotify is personally responsible for making these things, their immediate and completely inorganic rise to fame is suggestive of something that should be against their terms of service. I mean, they remove the music of legitimate artists all the time, usually for much less nefarious statistical anomalies. So why is it that specifically with The Velvet Sundown, they turn the other way? I don't know. I'm just asking questions. Follow-up question. Can you guys watch this brand deal real quick? This video is sponsored by Opera. If you're a serial tab opener like I am, then Opera is the perfect browser to help you clean up the mess before it gets out of hand. You can easily group them all together in tab islands, and even color code and name them to keep all your little detours separate. This is great for me when I'm researching videos because I'm constantly falling down rabbit holes, so being able to organize it as I go helps it feel a lot less cluttered and overwhelming. They also have a feature called Tab Traces, a visual indicator that underscores the ones you visited most recently. The darker it is, the more recent you clicked on. It's very subtle, but it honestly makes a huge difference when you have a bunch of tabs and you're trying to remember the one you just looked at. And Opera makes things even more streamlined for me since I know that there's certain things I can always access from the sidebar. Messaging apps, social media websites, and even a built-in music player that syncs with all the biggest streaming services. My favorite thing about this is that since it's integrated into the browser, it'll automatically pause your music when you start watching a video. And speaking of videos, they even have a video pop-out feature that lets you move whatever you're watching into the corner or to the side or even outside of the window altogether. And just like that, you're now a professional multitasker like me. You can download Opera for yourself by clicking the link in the description or in the pinned comment below. Thank you to Opera for sponsoring this video. In the early 2010s, in an effort to increase engagement on their app, Spotify began a heavy push towards something they call lean back listening. The idea that music isn't so much a piece of art to be intently listened to, but rather just like a constant hum that plays in the background of whatever you're doing. So they began to curate and promote playlists based on activities or vibes. Are you studying? We have a playlist for that. Going to sleep? We have a playlist for that. Breaking the news to your cousin that even though there's undeniable chemistry between you, the two of you can never be together simply because society deems it wrong. Believe it or not, playlists. The popularization of playlists and the opportunities that emerged for all the artists that got picked to be in them actually changed the way a lot of music got made. Artists would start reverse engineering the writing process to appease the algorithm. Songs got shorter, they got simpler. They would start with the most interesting part because as long as people got through the first 30 seconds, it would count as a play and then your stats would go up. It's too risky to have a slow burn intro because you're just giving the listener more opportunities to skip it. And if they skip it, it tells the algorithm that your song sucks. And then they're never gonna put it in a playlist and no one's ever gonna listen to it, and you're never gonna make any money and you're gonna be working at Popeyes forever. But while artists were busy trying to figure out how they could navigate the system, Spotify was hard at work pulling their own strings in the background. In 2017, the same question started getting asked by more and more people. Who's making all these random ass songs? And why are they ending up in so many playlists? Artists with a stock photo as their profile picture, with no bio, no website, no contact information, nothing that would indicate they're a real person trying to become a working musician. And yet some of them have songs with tens of millions of plays. Because, like a lot of the AI artists of today, they were snuck into official Spotify playlists. Again, no proof that Spotify's behind any of these. In fact, I've even seen one example of them outright denying it, so I'm just gonna take their word for it. But I will say, they also denied similar allegations in 2017, and that turned out to be a flat-out lie. No, we don't game the system, bad people do. And we're good. Turns out, no, actually. Several musicians have since revealed that they used to have a gig with Spotify where they would just record a bunch of like 2-minute long instrumentals that then Spotify would upload to their platform under random pseudonyms. Just a bit of investigation revealed hundreds of artist profiles accounting for millions of dollars in royalty payments that Spotify gets to keep because they're the ones who commissioned it. And it's not like people were going out of their way to listen to these songs. Spotify has the power to force them in front of as many ears as they want. Former Spotify employees have talked about how strongly they were urged to prioritize these songs while curating playlists. Liz Pelly, in her book, uncovered internal documents that showed they even had a name for this: perfect fit content. And by 2023, hundreds of these massively promoted playlists were filled almost exclusively with these kinds of songs. Even weirder though, the source of a large percentage of this music, a company called Firefly Entertainment, is owned by someone who has a lifelong personal relationship with one of the higher-ups over at Spotify, and he's made hundreds of millions of dollars in streaming revenue the past couple years. That's one hell of a coincidence. Now, an important detail here, and what I hate to admit makes this kind of a smart move on their part, is that the playlists they did this on tend to serve as background noise. So not only are people less likely to notice if a song is not as high of quality, but by nature, these playlists are designed to be listened to for way longer than you would an actual song by an actual artist. Let's say one of your favorite bands just released a new single and you love it. Over the course of a couple weeks, you listen to it like 100 times. But also every night to fall asleep, you put on a gentle ambient piano playlist and let it run for 8 straight hours into the morning. Well, unfortunately, that means that at the end of the month, about 99% of your subscription revenue has contributed to a bunch of anonymous, faceless stock music that you weren't even awake to hear, and the remaining 12 cents goes to your favorite band for them to spend however they want. It's not like real musicians don't make this kind of music. They used to get picked to be on these playlists. This used to be a huge source of traffic and revenue for all of these small independent artists that Spotify pretends to care about, but now they've all been cast aside. They used their music to popularize these playlists before slowly replacing them with songs that they own the rights to. In 2018, they wrote a blog post about this instrumental guitarist named Lance Allen, whose life was changed when one of his songs got picked up by Spotify's Peaceful Guitar playlist, and within a couple of months, he had started earning enough revenue from streaming to pay his mortgage and even buy a new car. He was propped up by the company as an ultimate success story, a personification of this new era of self-sufficient musicians. Now, they ran this blog for 2 reasons. One, it makes them look good. It helps them brand themselves as the artist empowerment company. Remember when we saved music? Remember when we did that? But the other reason they posted this is because it's an advertisement. If it can happen to this guy, it can happen to you. You just need a little nudge to get started, and we can provide it for you. It was around this time that Spotify started rolling out more promotional features specifically targeted at artists. Marquee ads, playlist pitching, this entire campaign kit that's often presented as more of a necessity than a luxury. They know that a lot of struggling artists are desperate for a break, and by using people like Lance to show that a better future might be possible, they're now able to monetize that desperation. They have made millions of dollars off of independent artists by selling them on a dream. Just a few years after this blog was posted, after using these kinds of stories to advertise their promotional tools, Spotify had all but abandoned people like Lance. In 2023, he took to Twitter to express how impossible it had become for him to compete with the stock music farms taking over the platform. And today, when you look at the same playlist that once helped jumpstart his career, there doesn't seem to be a single real person on it. The final evolution of Spotify flexing their muscles in the face of independent artists was a tool they released in 2020 called Discovery Mode. By opting your songs into it, you increase the likelihood of having them recommended across the app, and in exchange, Spotify gets to keep 30% of your revenue. Pretty quickly, a lot of people in the industry were comparing this to something called payola, a common practice in the 1950s where labels would bribe DJs under the table to play their songs on the radio, gaming the system and making people think they were way more popular than they actually were. Payola became the subject of a bunch of lawsuits, investigations, and even arrests before being outlawed in the 1960s. But like a lot of things that used to be illegal, just give it enough time and someone will find a loophole to make it okay again. The argument that Spotify makes to try and differentiate their program is that you don't have to pay any money up front. You pay on the back end. So it's different, but it works exactly the same way. The order of the transaction doesn't really matter when they've gone on record to brag about how many artists they've gotten to sign up for it and how many hundreds of millions of dollars they've retained as a result.
But first, let's talk payola. That's pay for play.
You cannot buy your way onto a playlist.
If anyone offers you pay for play to get on a Spotify playlist, it's a scam.
Hey, you can't give money to some website to end up in a playlist. That's wrong. If you want to get in playlists, give that money to us.
It's a scam.
Now, you might have been thinking through the past couple sections, Drew, this is all very interesting, and you're looking weirdly handsome today, but I don't listen to Spotify playlists, so none of this affects me. And it's important to point out that the algorithmic boost given to these songs applies to every method of discovery across the app. So that could be auto-playing after you finish an album, any radio mix from a song or artist, your Discover Weekly, your daily mixes. Hell, even if you just accidentally click the shuffle button twice and turn on this stupid feature, you are being served songs at a disproportionate level. Even though Spotify has long been putting less emphasis in their officially curated playlists and more in their individually generated ones, they're all still made using the same algorithm. An algorithm that is increasingly being influenced by pay to play. It's honestly kind of crazy that Spotify is able to monetize the same product in both directions. Listeners have to pay in order to hear music that artists have had to pay in order to be heard. They created a problem in order to sell you the solution. Discovery mode is often described as a win-win for everyone, even though that's literally not possible, because it's not creating any more revenue, it's just distributing it differently. If it was truly a win-win for both artists and Spotify, well then everyone should sign up for it. But then what would happen if every single artist did? Whatever algorithmic boost they received would then be offset by the fact that somehow everyone else needs to get boosted too. Effectively, nothing would change, except of course that Spotify would get a 30% discount on every single song that ever plays algorithmically. And from looking into it, it kind of seems like this is already starting to happen. I'm wondering if they reached a point where too many artists signed up for the program and now it's not able to do anything because there simply aren't enough plays to go around. Don't worry though, I can almost guarantee that in the next couple of years, they're gonna put out some revamped discovery mode, a higher tier of visibility for just a little bit more. Wait, you're still only giving away 30% of your revenue? Yeah, good luck with that, buddy. Everyone else is giving away 80%. In the early days, Spotify was able to use their giant pool of investor money to inflate artist payouts to make it seem like it was worth putting their music here. And so they did. Everyone did. And now they don't have to overpay to convince people anymore. Artists are gonna come here no matter what. They have to. The industry runs through Spotify. Their subscribers have multiplied to unfathomable numbers, while the cost of that subscription has increased every 14 months like clockwork. And yet, individual streams for independent musicians have never been worth less. And now we're at the inevitable part of every tech endeavor's life cycle where the priority moves from gaining market share to strictly profitability at all costs. So they will continue to cut corners and underpay for content and inshitify their product, hoping you're too loyal to take your business somewhere else. Meanwhile, their CEO, who is richer than any musician in the history of the world, has used that fortune to invest over $500 million into a company that makes strike drones for the military. In a world full of terrible corporations run by awful people, Spotify seems determined to vault themselves up to the top of that list. And yet, when it comes to music, they're still not even the biggest source of evil. Historically, music has always been a top-heavy, exploitative industry. Young artists would get signed to aggressively long contracts that they didn't fully understand until years later when it was too late because they were trapped in it. In the 1990s, Prince went through a years-long public dispute with Warner Brothers over creative and monetary disagreement. It got so bad that in protest, he changed his name to an unpronounceable symbol. The label tried to use his publicity stunts to frame him as this like spoiled, crazy diva, but he was just fighting to be paid what he was worth. Sure, he was was making a lot of money, but it still paled in comparison to what Warner was profiting off the back of his labor. And when he was finally able to get out of that deal and self-fund and self-promote his own work, he proved that he had been getting screwed over because he made infinitely more money even on tours and albums that were less commercially successful. In 2007, after their record label was unwilling to renegotiate with them, Radiohead put out their In Rainbows album online using a pay whatever you want model, even if the amount that you wanted to pay was $0. And yet, they made more money distributing it this way than they had from all of their previous records combined. But it does beg the question, what the hell kind of deals were these guys signed to where they could sell millions and millions of albums and barely see any money from it? Well, for starters, it wasn't uncommon for artists to be owed a single-digit percentage of the revenue made from their work. Not that they owe 5% of it, right? That's how much they get to keep. Even on the high end, that number tends to be about 15. When you first sign that deal, though, you're not worried about that because the label is gonna lure you in with a number that blows your mind at a time in your life when you're probably broke. So when they offer you an advance of, say, $250,000, you're gonna say, do you have a pen? Where can I sign? And you're made aware that that money isn't actually yours to keep, that it's just a loan that you have to pay back, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, whatever, you'll figure all that out later. For now, what matters is you're confident in yourself and that number represents legitimacy. You made it. You are a professional musician now. So you go and record the album while renting a lifestyle that you're not yet able to afford. And if you're lucky, that album does well, really well actually. You sold 500,000 copies. Your music has already generated $5 million. Great, I'll take my 15%, I'll deduct the advance, and I got a pretty sweet payday for myself. Well, not so fast there, Rockstar. We're not done subtracting. The advance wasn't the only loan. Every single resource we provided to you needs to be paid for as well. The deal was you had access to them, not that you get them for free. So we're just gonna make a few small adjustments, and before you know it, you somehow owe more debt than the amount we loaned you to start with. With each subsequent album, you only fall deeper and deeper into financial ruin. And you're one of the successful ones. But as bad as this is on paper, it's usually even worse in practice. Because oftentimes, the other companies that you as an artist are forced to do business with are also owned by the record label. So per the contract, we're able to deduct certain production costs before we calculate the amount that you are owed. Well, the thing is, we actually own the factory that produces all your CDs. And so the price for that is, how do I put this? Whatever we want it to be. We can say a bunch of them broke, we can print and sell records we never even tell you about. Dude, we can pull numbers out of our ass. The more money you earn, the more deductions we'll come up with to offset. And this process is never an accident. It's very much part of the business model. For example, back in the 40s and 50s, vinyl records were pretty fragile, which made them susceptible to breaking or scratching in transit. So to account for this, there would generally be a flat, like 15% reduction in revenue owed to the artist. Now, if common sense were to be applied, you would think that as the industry moved away from vinyls and into nearly indestructible CDs and cassettes, that this charge would go away. It did not. Even into the digital era, where we're talking about MP3 files, many of those breakage fees were still incorporated. It is total nonsense. It is highway robbery. An accounting firm that was referenced in this book, who was responsible for thousands of audits regarding hundreds of millions of dollars in royalties, could recall only one time ever where the audit revealed that it was the artist who owed money to the label. I can't believe they just kept making the same error over and over again, and it always worked out in favor of the labels. That's crazy. There's so many coincidences in the music industry. But we're still not done, because even then, they're not just gonna give you that money back. They're gonna look you in the eyes and say, what are you gonna do about it? Sure, if you're successful enough, you could try to take on a lawsuit and fight a battle that, best case scenario, could earn you a decent settlement, but most likely you're not gonna wanna do that because they have all the resources in the world to out-lawyer you and waste all your money until there's none of it left. So they'll offer a fraction of what they owe you and hope that it makes you stop whining. But be careful, you might have pissed them off. They might be holding a grudge against you. That next album that you owe us, you still have to record it, you still have to pay us for it, but we're not gonna put it out. I hope you enjoyed making music while it lasted, because that's over now. This is the kind of exploitation that happens when power gets consolidated at the top, when the labels that you can't live without control every part of the machine that you are forced to use.
Artists generate so much money for so many people that have nothing to do with the creative process at all. There's no road you can go down that the artist isn't fucked.
But things started to change pretty drastically in the 2000s. The rise of the internet brings on Napster and eventually LimeWire. For the first time in decades, overall music revenue is declining. But remember, most of that money was going to record labels. So they were also the ones losing the most of it.
You see, I'm not a Napster fan. It seems to me like people are getting ripped off.
It's interesting because the artists don't get paid anyway.
Piracy may have been bad for the music industry, but in a way, it might have ultimately been a good thing for musicians because it caused a long overdue disruption. It took power out of the hands of people who'd been abusing it. Then social media starts to take over. Suddenly fans can talk directly to their fans on MySpace. They can post about their shows on Facebook. The labels are now losing their status as the gatekeepers. Many of the marketing tools they offered, the things that they were able to justify taking 99% of your money for, were kind of becoming obsolete. Fast forward to today, anyone can upload music to a streaming service. Anyone can build a fan base. And in fact, a label won't even think about signing you unless you've already built a pretty big following online. But then at that point, it's like, what do you even need them for? You've done the hard part. They're probably just gonna swoop in, take as much of your money as they can, and then drop you as soon as your fans move on to someone else. So then the question is, how are they still able to get away with it? I thought we democratized the music industry. How do the labels still have so much power? Well, this is where record labels and Spotify intersect. Now, when you talk about record labels, there's a whole bunch of them, but there's really only three conglomerates that matter. Sony, Universal, and Warner, sometimes referred to as the majors or the big three. Thanks to their obsession with gobbling up every single thing they come into contact with, they now own about 70% of all recorded music in history. I cannot emphasize enough that anybody who tried to do what Spotify did, which was to put every song ever made in one place for a small monthly fee, couldn't have made it even 1 inch without bending over backwards for the record labels. It doesn't matter how good their user interface or algorithm is if they didn't have the music that people want to listen to. So the majors have always had extraordinary leverage over them, and they've maximized the hell out of it. They negotiated massive advances from Spotify with no guarantee that any of that money would trickle down to their artists. They got a bunch of free ad space that they would typically just sell with no guarantee that any of that money would trickle down to their artists. And they also received a significant amount of equity in Spotify, about 18% total. I think maybe the most insane detail I learned about while making this video happened in 2018. At the time, Spotify is quickly becoming the industry standard. Their user base is growing every year, the company's getting bigger, but they want to open up the floor to more investors, so they're ready to launch their IPO. But around the same time, their licensing agreement with the big three labels was about to expire. Oh my God, talk about leverage. The labels had Spotify by the balls. They could have renegotiated just about anything because if they didn't like the terms, they could have just taken all their artists off of the platform right before they go public, and it would have completely destroyed them because who's gonna invest in a music company that doesn't have any music on it? So what did the majors do with all this power? Well, they negotiated their rates down. They asked for less money. Why would they do that, you're asking? Are they stupid? Well, we need to refer back to that pie chart from earlier. Now, even though most of these royalties end up going to record labels, some of them end up in the disgusting hands of independent artists. And we hate them. Their greed is ruining an otherwise perfect business model. But then even the money that does go to the record labels has to be shared with all of our stupid artists. And we hate them just as much. Sure, we've already made it so it's as small of a percentage as it could possibly be, but it's still not nothing. We'd prefer if it was nothing. If only we could leverage their work to make hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars without having to owe them a cent. Well, here's where that equity comes in. When they lowered artist royalty rates, Spotify became a more valuable company. This meant their stock price went up, and the majors could cash out for more. They figured out how to get paid anyway, but with money that their artists have no contractual claim to. But that wasn't the only benefit for record labels because they also have something in their contract with Spotify called the Most Favored Nation clause. And what that means is that nobody else outside of the big three is allowed to negotiate higher rates with Spotify. So when they lowered the rate for their artists, they in turn also lowered it for everybody else. Even if you don't work with a label, they will still find ways to screw you out of money. Now, unfortunately, record companies hoarding the majority of the money their artists earn for them is nothing new. It's been a staple of the industry for at least the past century. But the good news is live music is thriving, ticket sales are high, and musicians of all sizes are being fairly compensated. At least according to an article I just read from March 9th, 2020. Wait, let me make sure nothing drastic has changed since then. If the record industry is a story of 3 companies owning all of the music, then the live event industry is a story of 1 company controlling the entire mechanism by which concerts operate. Since merging in 2010, Ticketmaster and Live Nation have bulldozed their way into a monopoly that controls every part of the transaction. Not only do they own most of the biggest venues, but they've made it so the only way you can buy tickets to those venues is through them. And now that you have no other choice, we can charge all kinds of exorbitant fees. Service fees, processing fees, convenience fees. Come on, guys. Isn't this convenient? And the monopoly goes in every direction, since most artists are forced to work with them as well.
If they want to take 10% of the revenues and call it a facility fee, they can and have. If they want to charge $30,000 for the house nut, they can and have.
Some good news, the government sued Live Nation back in 2024, a lawsuit that recently reached a settlement. One of their processing fees, which was revealed to be pure profit and didn't actually cover any costs, is now illegal. The bad news, they just moved it over to a service fee instead. At least with streaming services, you can say that the customer is getting a good value. $12 a month for 1 trillion songs, and I can listen to the Hours of Silence podcast. The prices aren't the problem. It's just what happens to that money later. But with live music, Ticketmaster's monopoly only drives prices higher and higher and higher. Couple that with a rapidly worsening economy for the average person, and attendance rates are going way down. Some huge artists with massive streaming numbers have had to cancel entire tours because not enough of their tickets were selling. And yet if you ask Live Nation CEO, he'll say they're still not expensive enough.
Average concert price is $72. The concert is underpriced. It's like a badge of honor to spend 70 grand for a Knicks courtside. They beat me up if we charge $800 for Beyonce.
One of the biggest causes of price gouging is the resale market. Now, an artist might try to set a maximum ticket price on one of their tours because they want as many of their fans as possible to be able to afford it. But unless they have enough negotiating power, there's nothing stopping the secondary ticket market from swooping in and ruining it for everybody else. A 2016 law called the Bots Act was supposed to make it illegal for scalpers to use certain technology to buy large quantities of tickets and resell it all for a profit, but Ticketmaster could not give less of a fuck about that. When a ticket gets resold through their website, they get to collect service fees on it twice. One, when the scalper first bought it from them, and then an even bigger fee when they resell it for a higher price. The resale market is a huge factor for why tickets have ended up so expensive. But it's important to remember that any of that profit from a resale doesn't make its way back to the artist. To them, the transaction ended when the first sale was made. So even though they tried to make the ticket more affordable, their fans still had to pay twice as much anyway. Only that entire profit ends up in the hands of Ticketmaster and the person or company who resold it. Which sometimes is also Ticketmaster. The artists lose, the fans lose, but the giant company wins again. Now, these had all been growing problems for years, but where shit really hit the fan was during COVID. The industry got decimated, especially for smaller venues and musicians. But many of the ones that did survive have seen their profits drop to an almost unsustainable level. I wanted to ask some touring musicians about the business side of things, so I drove up to Gainesville, Florida to talk to my friends Sergio and Andrew, who at the time of recording were about halfway through their tour with the band Dance Gavin Dance.
Let's break down like a tour. We do 2 buses, 1 bus for the band and 1 bus for the crew. And then we have a semi because we have production, lighting, and all of our sound gear, all of our in-ear monitors, and then all of our backline, so our amp. So when you do all of that, now you've got probably $300,000+ right out the gate for a month plus long tour for just transportation. That doesn't cover gas, which is higher than ever.
Let's say, a fan spends, just for math's sake, $100 on a ticket. That's a lot for a fan to spend, but you take all these costs away and all of a sudden the amount of that's actually going to the band, what percentage goes to everyone who reaches their hands in?
Management agent, just on our team's side of things, 30%. Already gone. Your Live Nation, your extra fees, things like that, that's usually an extra 10%, sometimes 15, in some cases 20. The abstracts would be your expenses. It's usually about 50%, sometimes more on bigger tours. That leaves maybe $10 to $20 out of that ticket that goes to the band, and then that would be split 4 ways. So let's say it's 20. If there's 4 members of your band, you're each getting $5.
Now, Dance Gavin Dance is doing well for themselves. They're one of the bigger touring bands out there right now. But by extrapolating this cost structure out to most bands that are a fraction of their size, you can see how it's becoming increasingly difficult to turn a profit from touring. And that's kind of a problem, because historically speaking, that's where most of their money is supposed to come from. I'm nervous for the future of the industry for the same reason that I'm hopeful about it. People are always going to make music no matter what. It's an intrinsic part of our lives. It's one of humanity's oldest art forms. Most musicians would make music for free. They would do it even if they lost money. It just sucks that a lot of people know that, and so they seem determined to make sure that they do. I think the best way to support musicians, especially if they're independent, is to try to buy directly from them. Bandcamp is a great way to do this. Your money's gonna go a lot further there than it is on streaming services. But also physical versions of music, CDs, vinyls. I love collecting vinyls. I've been doing it since before I even had a record player. Nobody wants to sell you objects anymore. They just want you to sign up for a cloud subscription service. But I like owning physical objects that I can touch and look at and that represent a piece of art that I love. The fact that I can also listen to it is kind of just a bonus. Streaming can be great for music discovery. I mean, sometimes it's nice to just have a machine play a bunch of songs until they find one that you like. I canceled my Spotify a couple years ago, but I still use YouTube Music because it's included in premium and I was already paying for that anyway. And I found a lot of cool bands from it. It's a useful service. But I also don't want to take it for granted, you know? Just because it was easy for me to discover an album doesn't mean it was easy for them to make it. If someone's music adds value to my life, I want to try to give some of that back. And I don't think the 2 cents they're getting for my subscription revenue is gonna cut it. Now, what I wanted to do for this video was secretly put out some of my own music and document the journey of trying to be an independent musician in 2026. But obviously, music takes a lot of time. You gotta learn an instrument, you gotta write something, you gotta learn how to record it, you gotta put it out, you gotta figure out what the hell DistroKid is. It's not the kind of thing you can just pull out of your ass in a couple of months, you know? So I decided that if I was going to do it, I should probably start 4 years ago. In 2022, my friends CJ and Julian asked me if I wanted to go jam with them in a U-Haul storage unit, and I said, sure, why not? Even though I knew why not, because the thought of playing guitar in front of other people made me want to shit my pants. But I also knew that sometimes the only way to grow as a person is to do stuff that scares you. I wish it wasn't. I wish you could grow just by playing on the computer. But pretty soon we started practicing once a week and then twice a week. Then our friend Kevin joined the band, which meant that Julian and I could both play guitar instead of taking turns pretending to know how to play bass. At that point, we had already written a bunch of songs, so we decided it was time to play them in public.
Made me want to shit my pants.
The first show we ever did was an open mic at a kava bar where for some reason I wore the shortest shorts that I own. Our next show was at another kava bar where we were way too loud, and then we played a hardcore show where we were way too quiet. This show was a nightmare for me. Nobody liked our music. I said thank you like 100 times, and during the last song, which was supposed to be like our big heavy closer, I was getting so much feedback from my amp that I had to turn off my distortion pedal and then no one could hear me. And since our music is instrumental, it's kind of important that people can hear the instruments. I left that show questioning my entire existence. Maybe I'm not cut out for this. Maybe I should just give up. And then our next show was the best one so far. We did a couple more shows here and there, but then we took a break to focus on our real goal, which was to make an album. We had the space to record it. We had started buying the equipment. Kevin was learning FL Studio. We had a bunch of songs. So instead of just dropping like 1 or 2 singles and moving on, we decided we're not gonna put anything out until we finish an entire album. Plus, how long could it take, right? 3 months? 6 months? 2 years! Turns out when you're 4 adult men with 4 adult jobs, 3 if you don't count YouTuber, there are only so many hours a week you have to devote to your instrumental emo band. So finally, after months of staring at the back of Kevin's head, we exported the album. We hired our friend Alexa to do the artwork. The only direction I gave her for this was like, I don't know, maybe something with a bird on it. And then she hand painted this beautiful masterpiece. It's actually too good. It's better than our music is. For real though, we're all extremely proud of this album and the work that went into it. And we'd love it if you gave it a listen. It's like half the length of this video, so you can't tell me that you don't have time. You could have listened to it twice already instead of watching this crap. Actually, for all I know, you could have already listened to it. We put it out back in March of last year. So here's what the past 15 months has been like. At first, things were better than I expected. We had a couple of the YouTube videos get like 100 views right away. One of the most gratifying moments of this entire process was getting like 3 comments from people saying, I don't know how I got here, but this is really good. At one point I saw that somebody Shazammed one of our songs and we talked about it for a week. So everything was going pretty good, and then like a month later, it completely stopped. Turns out it doesn't matter how much time and effort and money you put into music. If you throw it up on streaming services and don't tell anyone about it, it's probably just gonna disappear into the void. There were weeks where I'd get an email from Apple that were like, hey, just letting you know, nobody listened to your music this week. Keep up the good work. It really does feel like we put a drop of water into the middle of the ocean and we're just waiting for people to find it. I guess it also probably doesn't help that our band name has terrible SEO, because it's a word that already exists but that we purposely spelled wrong. On some platforms, you can't find it even if you're going out of your way to. But a couple months ago, I decided that it was time to lock in and that I would earnestly navigate some of the artist engagement tools the internet shoves in your face. I had started using the band's Instagram page more to post about shows and connect with some other bands, and I could tell that already Meta had all of the information they needed to categorize me into what I can only assume they call their desperate artist program. Because suddenly every single ad I got was about posting banner ads on Spotify or having a website analyze my songs so they could pitch them to playlists. Oh my God, this interface is so predatory. They are doing everything they can to convince you that they're on your side. What do we get out of this? Nothing, man. We just want to help a brother out. Now, if you wouldn't mind giving us $40. And what the fuck is this? Your analysis is expiring in 10 minutes? How? What, are you gonna forget? My trepidation turned to joy, though, when they told me that my sophisticated arrangement makes me stand out from amateur producers. Wow. I'm flattered. They also told me I had a 74 hit potential. I had no idea. Who was gonna tell me I was sitting on top of a gold mine? Out of curiosity, I tried another one of my songs. It's called Golden, and I wrote it for the Netflix original movie K-Pop Demon Hunters. And oh my God, the craziest thing happened. They told me almost the exact same shit, except they only gave this song a 72. That's right. My instrumental guitar band has more commercial potential than the 7th most popular song of 2025. Well, I guess that confirms it. They're just lying to me to try and get my money. Or they're telling the truth, and I'm gonna perform at the Grammys. Better get my credit card out just in case. Before I fully give up on this website, though, I do want to try one more track. It's kind of niche, it's a little vulnerable, but I'm just curious to see if maybe somewhere out there's an audience for it. It's called 1,000 Farts, and it's an hour long. And would you look at that? This one has the highest score so far. This could very well become the most popular song ever made. The more I engaged with these ads, the more it confirmed that I was interested, and then any future ads I got seemed like they weren't even really trying that hard. Yeah, we actually don't know anything about your song. But just give us $100. Come on, what's the worst that could happen? You die? I don't think that could happen from this. So just give us $100. I swear on my life, I will try my absolute hardest to get you on Top White Girl Music 2026 Songs to Sing Along, Best Song to Listen to at Parties. And if that doesn't work, we could always try one called The Best Songs Ever. Sure, that seems like a realistic place to start. The sheer flood of similar websites honestly made me distrustful of this entire cottage industry as a whole. But for the video, I wanted to try at least one of them. So I ran a campaign on SubmitHub. Now I have no idea if this is any more legit than these other websites, but at the very least, I think it's been around the longest. But just like the ones from the ads, immediately asking for $100. This time though, I paid it. And then for the next several days, I physically winced every time I opened my email to see a roundup of the process so far. Rejection after rejection after rejection. Everyone generally had nice things to say. Hey man, this sounds great. You guys should be proud of this. I'd fucking kill myself before putting it on any of my playlists, but good luck. I'll give SubmitHub a little bit of credit for at least being transparent. You can see exactly how the curators listen to your song. The problem though is that in some cases, how they listened to it was barely at all. I also realized in hindsight that I probably shouldn't have let them auto-pick the curators after guessing my genre. And I should have tried to find playlists with music that sounds similar to me and then manually targeted those. But at the same time, the one playlist I feel like we probably had the best chance of getting on didn't even listen to half the song or give any feedback. And this cost me money. I had to pay this person. The low point of this process for me was when SubmitHub emailed me an AI summary of all my rejections. I also could have just copied and pasted them all into Grok, but thanks for doing it for me, I guess. Not really sure what I'm supposed to do with this. None of these people wanted our song. What am I gonna frame this on my wall?
Yes.
For a little over $105, I ran a couple of decent meta ads, received entrance into one playlist that will, at best, net us a handful of streams, and I got a ChatGPT summary of everything I'm doing wrong. Now, I'm not saying that my bad experience should discount all of these services entirely. Obviously, it works for some people, some of the time. But it sure seems like this is just yet another opportunity for one more pair of grabby hands to lunge towards your pockets as you try desperately to make waves in an endless ocean of content. The more oversaturated music gets, the more common these kinds of websites will become, and the more people who will try to profit off your optimism before it runs out. Getting anybody to give a shit about our music felt impossible, but at the same time, it didn't really bother me that much. Because we didn't make this music with the hopes that it would like go viral. We made it because we wanted to. We wrote the exact kind of music that we like to listen to. This album only exists because we made it exist, and no amount of rejection emails will ever take that away from us. A lot has changed for us the past year. Julian left the band, and we've had to kind of reconfigure as a three-piece, but we're still writing a lot of music, and we still play shows every so often. If you want to see more of what we end up doing, follow us on Instagram. We also have a YouTube channel that I'm gonna post some playthroughs on, and I'll probably throw some other random shit out there too, so subscribe if that's something you're interested in. I do have to mention though, the incident. On May 27th, we played a show at Will's Pub. We were opening for a really cool band, I Met a Yeti. It was an awesome night. Everyone had a great time. But somebody took a video of it and put it on TikTok, and now everybody knows my secret. I cannot believe that I successfully hid this from the world for 4 years, and then like 2 weeks before I plan on making a video about it, someone else beat me to the punch. Not cool, bro. But I guess it just goes to show that everything I said in this video was a total fucking lie. Music's easy. What are you guys whining about? All you have to do is be a YouTuber for 9 years, but don't make any music. Not yet. Once you've given it at least 5 years, you can start a band with your friends, but don't tell anybody about it. It needs to be a surprise. Without the surprise, this doesn't work. Just keep chipping away at it in the background. Spend an unbelievable amount of time and money on it, record an album, release the album, make $18 from it each, and wait an entire year. Only then can you play a show at a local bar in Orlando, have it recorded by a random stranger who uploads it to TikTok where it goes medium viral for a couple of days, probably less so because people like the music and more so just because it's kind of interesting you're even doing it at all. And that was my master plan. It may have taken me almost a decade, but it was all worth it when I saw our monthly listeners on Spotify go from a measly 109 all the way up to 175. Wait, is that it? That video got like 1 million views. Even in just the past 4 years since we started dicking around in that storage unit, I feel like I've already seen corporate greed price out so many artists from the industry and so many fans from being able to participate in it. But I also realized that there's a thriving local scene that I had no idea about until I started going to shows and meeting all these really cool musicians, a lot of whom are now my friends. Maybe it's not always realistic to spend $300 on nosebleed tickets at a sold-out arena, but who knows? There might be a free show happening right now at a non-profit venue inside a bowling alley. Your new favorite band might be performing at a bar 2 miles from your house.
Music is worth making. And if you feel the need and you feel the burning passion to want to make music or art or in general, do it.
Recruit your friends. Get out and meet people. You might not be able to film your own music video, but your friend has a camera and has a film experience and wants to get involved in a project. Develop your friends, develop each other, like get into a scene of people and build those relationships up from the ground up. And I think beautiful things can come of that.
Last year, I started 2025 off by making a video where I forced myself to cook every recipe that came up on one of my social media feeds. And I guess it went pretty well because I had multiple people tell me that I was on their YouTube Wrapped as a cooking channel. All it takes is one video and your entire career path changes. I'm a chef now, and there's nothing you or I can do about it. I decided to make that video again for the same reasons I did last time, which is that turning self-improvement activities into content is unfortunately the only way to get myself to actually do them. My goal last time was to expand my repertoire of healthy meals. And then I kind of just made 6 different versions of meat bread. I'm gonna try to focus a little bit more on variety this time. At least as much as I can. My algorithm still hasn't recovered from my protein video.
To make my meals even more convenient, I store them in easy to access areas.
I guess it knows I'm a pretty healthy guy. That's why I've spent the past 4 years gaining and losing the same 7 pounds over and over again. This year though, this year's gonna be different. Yeah, this time will be different. 2026 is nothing like 2025. Even though I'm the same person with the same brain.
I've seen so many variations of this. High protein pizza because instead of using dough, you use chicken. And then there's protein from the chicken, and there's protein from the cheese, and there's protein from the pepperoni. In fact, in this entire pizza, if I were to eat it all in one sitting, it would be 179 grams of protein. I'm probably not going to do that. I'm gonna start, as I do with all foods, with 1 bite and work my way up from there. Touch raw chicken, gotta wash my hands. Touch raw eggs, gotta wash my hands. Don't mind me, I'm just grating cheese. I'm following the instructions perfectly. If it looks like there's a little bit of a different kind of cheese in there, it's not because I accidentally put in the mozzarella when I was supposed to do Parmesan. It wouldn't be that because I know how to read. I wouldn't make a mistake that simple. Oh yeah, that's looking real nice. God, why must you give your hardest battles to your weakest soldiers? I wanna lick that bowl clean so bad. I can hear Bim Bim running around like crazy. She loves pizza. She's never had it before, but she fucking loves it. Ooh, that's what I like to see. I'm not dying tonight. This is the first time it started to smell like pizza. And what do I do first, the pepperoni or the cheese? I didn't work at Papa John's like my friend did. I worked at a snow cone restaurant. And none of the skills I learned there have translated to real life. You know, if you look a little too closely at the edges, it is slightly abhorrent. But if you ignore that, it kind of looks like pizza. Every step of the process, it's gotten a little bit closer to looking like pizza. And this is as close as it's gonna get. Okay, gotta say, so far, pretty heavy on the ratio of ground chicken to everything else. It mostly just tastes like a giant chicken nugget, but just like slimier. Hey, do you want a slice? No interest at all. That's not a good sign. I honestly love all of the parts of it that aren't the ground chicken crust. Probably because everything else is just regular pizza ingredients. So that's the part that tastes like pizza. I love how all of the top comments on this video were like, that's way too much to eat all in one sitting. You don't need to worry about that. Okay, I'm struggling to finish half. I don't think I could eat the whole thing with a gun to my head. It was a pound of chicken, 2 eggs, a whole bunch of cheese, pepperoni. I think that's all of the ingredients. Most things with this much protein don't taste this good. I would give that like a high B to a low A. Oh God, that was a lot. All right, pulling double duty today. I got some chicken mozzarella sticks that this guy's just like pointing at. And on the side, this. Honestly, looks good. Might be the only ethical use of cottage cheese I've seen in an Instagram video. I do love how many of these videos start off with, did you know? Before saying like the weirdest bullshit you've ever heard. No, actually, I didn't know that. I didn't know you could bake cottage cheese into chips. Where the hell would I even get that information? Really running out of space already. I think I'm only gonna be able to fit 6 on here. If I'm going to all the trouble to do this, I'm not gonna only make 6. All the trouble to do this, and I'm just putting cottage cheese on a, on a baking sheet. My standard for what counts as cooking is so low. I have a bigger baking sheet. I'm gonna use a different one instead. I'm just doing 6. I'm just gonna do 6. I don't even know if I like them yet. I'm like, I gotta make 100. Okay, and now we wait 35 to 45 minutes. And in the meantime, I'm gonna air fry these things.
I'm just now finding out that if you take 6 cheese sticks and a pound of ground chicken and wrap the cheese sticks in the chicken, you get stuffed chicken fries that are low-cal, high protein, and taste absolutely phenomenal.
What do you mean, why are you just finding this out?
Why am I just finding out?
You clearly watched someone else's video, and instead of sharing it or stitching it even and giving them credit, you just took a bunch of screenshots that you can point at and be like, oh, did you know about this? What the heck?
Am I the only one that finds it insane?
This video is peak short form content. This is a guy who understands that nobody is ever making any of these recipes. They just want to look at them. They just want to be impressed by new information. Wait guys, exciting news.
Hulu just updated their terms and conditions. Sorry, this is the only way I could think to do this. The important thing is, it's gonna be fresh. And they say being a YouTuber isn't hard work. Vimeo wants me to feed her. I've always done this thing where when daylight savings time comes, I normally feed her at 5 o'clock, but then daylight savings comes and 5 o'clock becomes 6 o'clock. And now she doesn't know that. She doesn't know the difference because she doesn't have clocks. She doesn't use clocks. She doesn't have a cell phone that tells her the time is different. The time is the same to her every day. So when daylight savings times comes, I feed her at 6 o'clock instead, right? That used to work, but recently, with this last time change, she begs me right at 5 o'clock that she wants food. And so then I'm like, who gave you a clock? Cats don't know how to tell time. How does she know that 5 o'clock is now 6 o'clock? And so 5 o'clock, which is what used to be 4 o'clock, is when I should feed her. Because if I start feeding her at 5, then when the time changes back, I'm gonna have to feed her at 4. And then the following year, I'm gonna have to feed her at 3. And then before you know it, I'm waking up at this fucking sunrise to feed my cat. Everyone in the world has the same air fryer. When you see a video and they talk about air frying, it's the one with like the handle that you pull out and the parchment paper. I don't have that. I have a toaster oven / air fryer. I'm just gonna use it anyway. Okay, wasn't so bad, huh? The more turd-shaped, the better. I think those look pretty good.
Seems to be delicious.
Yeah, maybe I didn't do a great job mincing the garlic. Maybe I got a little lazy about it. These are gonna be interesting. It looks crispy on the outside, but there's no way it's cooked through on the inside. Isn't it cool that instead of showing you what I can see, I'm just describing it to you verbally? Exactly what the visual medium of YouTube is all about. I'm curious if they're totally stuck to the bottom. I don't see why they wouldn't be. I made no attempt to make it not stick. What did I expect? What did I expect would happen? This is so bad. Where did I go wrong with such a perfect recipe? How could this have happened? In the meantime, we have one in the back that is burnt to a crisp. The other ones don't look cooked at all. And that I probably burnt the shit out of. I couldn't have timed this any worse. I'm gonna put it in a bowl because all my plates are in the dishwasher right now. Holy fucking shit. Oh. Yikes. This is not a chip at all. This is just hot cottage cheese. You know, this one's kind of done. There's one thing I know about cottage cheese pancakes. It's that you don't want to overdo it. Got these. I didn't have to make this video. The range of colors on here is so small, from light gray to like a slight brownish gray. I'm probably not gonna make these again. You know what? These are actually pretty good. And it's not just because I'm so disgusted by these that anything would have been better in comparison. I think I made something tasty. I guess it's because at the end of the day, no matter how bad of a job I do, it's still garlic and cheese. It's kind of hard to make those taste bad. I don't know if I would make it again because I didn't really enjoy the process of making it, but now that I have it made in front of me, I'm definitely gonna eat them. I'm never doing this shit again in my life. Each bite is like a slot machine of, is it gonna be too mushy or too hard? Probably gonna give that one like a D+. The chicken mozzarella stick thing, that's an A-. It tastes really good. I just didn't like making it. Oh my gosh, I almost forgot. I put today's sponsor, SoFi, in the oven. One of the simplest ways to build wealth is to actually earn interest on the money you make, but most banks give you next to nothing, a fraction of a %. With today's sponsor, SoFi, you can change that. When you open a SoFi checking and savings account and set up eligible direct deposit, you earn a competitive APY, and there's no account fees. That means your money isn't just sitting there, it's working. Every dollar you earn in interest can earn more interest, and in time, that growth really adds up. And right now, when you open a new high-yield savings account, you can get either a $50 or $400 cash bonus with eligible direct deposit of at least $1,000. You'll even get paid up to 2 days early with direct deposit. So start putting your money to work. Head to SoFi.com/Drew, click the link down below, or scan the QR code on the screen to learn more. Thank you to SoFi for sponsoring today's video. All right, now it's time for dessert. Very exciting day today, or actually tomorrow will be the exciting day. This is like a 2-day process and I'm starting it today, but eventually
it will be exciting. I was getting so many Instagram reels from this guy who makes these creamies, I guess they're called. I hate that word. I hate using that word, but I'm gonna have to say it so many times during this section. But yeah, this guy's made like 1,000 creams before, and he's like a cream expert, and he wants everybody to taste the cream that he makes. I got this machine, and I paid for his recipe book because I'm all about supporting independent creators. And also it was the only way to get the recipes. I also had to buy a bunch of random crap for this. Monk fruit sweetener, cake batter extract, vanilla bean paste, an entire 12-pack of Prime Bites protein brownies, so I could use half of one of them, cocoa powder, and also black cocoa powder. He specifically specified to use both of them. I don't know what the difference is. I guess they listen to different kinds of music. And of course, none of this would be possible without xanthan gum. And nothing else. Wow, I haven't done an unboxing in so many years. I hope I remember how. We're gonna start with brownie batter blizzard. Now comes the scary part, the part that uses a motorized blade. Pint number 1, complete. Okay, maybe it looks a little bit less like ice cream and more like a tall poop donut, but I don't hate it. And now for the best part, the half of a brownie. Okay, well that didn't go so well. Oh yeah, I don't even want to eat it. I kind of just want to look at it. I need to enjoy this moment for as long as possible. The moment where I think it's going to taste really good. Because I know as soon as I take a bite, I'm going to be disappointed. But in the meantime, I'm just excited that I did something correctly. You know what? I might just be saying this because this took literally 24 hours to make and I would be so disappointed if it sucked, but it doesn't suck. And to think just one day ago, this was a regular protein shake and also 12 other ingredients. It's just really cold on my teeth is all. I know it looks like I'm suffering. It has nothing to do with the flavor. It's merely the temperature. One of the best cups of shit I've ever had. Now, to be clear, it very much does taste like if you turned a protein bar into ice cream, which is to say it's kind of good, but not as good as the thing it's pretending to be. I'm just excited about all the doors I've opened up with this machine, all the different variations of cream that I can make, and you better believe I'm gonna make them all. Raspberry cheesecake. Well, I just made a horrifying discovery while editing this video. I made 3 of these creamies a few days ago, and I've slowly been eating them one by one. But this raspberry cheesecake one just did not turn out right. I thought it looked pretty good, but it was so thick and had literally no flavor. It had the consistency of cream cheese, but tasted like the container that cream cheese is sold in. And my dumbass was like, stupid recipe. Must have been the cream master's fault. Surely it wasn't anything I did wrong. No, here's what happened. I was supposed to put in 1 gram of xanthan gum and 40 grams of artificial sweetener. And instead, I put in 1 gram of xanthan gum and then another 40 grams of xanthan gum. That was only 17? Now, if you don't know what that is, because I didn't until about 10 days ago, it's basically like a binding agent. You mix them into foods like this to make them thicker, so when you pull it out of the freezer, it actually has the texture of ice cream rather than just being liquid but colder. And clearly, a little bit goes a long way if you only need to use 1 gram. I used 40 times as much as I was supposed to. And also didn't put any monk fruit powder in. The whole time I'm eating it, I'm like, man, this shit is thick as fuck and isn't sweet at all. Yeah, I think I figured it out. I think I cracked the case. It is so embarrassing for me to watch back this footage and see how confidently wrong I am throughout the entire process. How at first I was like, oh yeah, now this looks like ice cream. Okay. That is definitely a different texture than it was a second ago. Cool.
I think this works.
It's not supposed to look like that yet, you moron. Also, how optimistic I, for some reason, was even after tasting it and being disgusted.
I guess I did too much milk.
How confused surprised I was when it took forever to clean afterwards.
Just spent like 5 minutes scrubbing this. Maybe it's just the cream cheese.
Nope. This texture looks way better. I'm using an entire monk fruit for this.
You know how when you leave ice cream out for a little bit, it melts? I left this sitting on the counter for 6 hours, and when I came back, it looked exactly the same. Whatever this is, it is not ice cream. I think I accidentally created a substance never before seen by humans. This feels like the beginning of a sci-fi horror movie. Like if I don't dispose of this properly, it's going to come to life and kill me in my sleep.
I know I'm like 2 years late to this trend, but I knew I had to hop on the cucumber bandwagon. You've probably seen this guy at some point.
Sometimes you need to eat an entire cucumber.
Who is almost surely an industry plant on behalf of Big Cucumber. I took on one of his recipes and also another one I found, which essentially has just turned into a bowl of beef. These always look so good. I totally understand the appeal of these. Cucumber is such a blank slate of a food that you can apply any flavor profile to it whatsoever. And that's what these each are. This one's more like a pickled onion beef thing. I make my own pickled onions because I like putting them on sandwiches and in tacos and stuff. And so I just kind of threw those in here. As you could see by this B-roll footage, deceptively hard to shake these things up. I spent a couple minutes trying to shake these things, and even still, all of the cucumbers were on the bottom. That's why I had to take this out of the container and put it in a bowl. And then this one, I don't know what I was expecting, putting a glob of thick ass cream cheese in here, that it would just like break apart and evenly disperse throughout the container. No, it's all in one glob still. Huh. There sure are a lot of cucumbers in here. I saw a comment on this video that was like, it's pretty good, but if you don't rock with cucumbers, it's probably not for you. And someone was just like, why the fuck would you make this recipe if you don't like cucumbers? And now in hindsight, I am kind of like the first commenter. For something that required no cooking, and it's just throwing a few things in a cup and shaking it up for a couple minutes, it's not that bad. And now for this one, you know what this tastes like? It tastes like if you filled a bowl with beef and cucumbers. These are both fine. It's a salad adjacent meal, so your expectations have to be a little tempered. But I have to say, I think I disagree with this guy's catchphrase.
Sometimes you need to eat 2 entire cucumbers.
I don't know if that's true. The cucumber is my least favorite part. I should have just made a bowl of beef. Whatever, just proves what I've always believed, which is that you should never trust a man who bleaches his hair.
Did you know if you have blueberries,
a tub of vanilla Greek yogurt,
chia seeds,
mix in banana pudding mix,
maple syrup or honey,
and stick in a bunch of Nilla wafers,
your favorite type of milk,
before fridging overnight,
you get this high fiber,
delicious
chia seed pudding,
banana pudding.
Honestly, I think this is too sweet. I think it just didn't need the honey. It's already pretty sweet from the yogurt and the blueberries. Man, if I think that's too sweet, I wonder how I feel about this. I don't think I needed to use as much banana pudding mix as I did. The one in the video was like a slightly off-white. This is extremely yellow. Almost looks like scrambled eggs. That's pretty good though. I love banana pudding. Honestly, the best banana pudding I've ever had in my life, Buc-ee's. I don't know what they put in there, but that shit was good. I do think it's funny to act like 88 grams of protein is like a lot for this when they're talking about the entire tub. Depending on how many vanilla wafers you put in here, it could be like 1,500 calories. And it's unfortunate that the only way to get that number lower would be to put less vanilla wafers in here when that's by far the best part. Otherwise, you're kind of just eating goop. I just woke up about 20 minutes ago and I think it's a little too early in the day to stomach this much cold mush. This is one of those that looks really good on camera, right? Because the texture changes and you can run the spoon through it and it looks so fluffy. And it is pretty fluffy, but then you eat it and it's just mushy. B for this, C+ for this. Time to start my day. What the hell? I just want to eat something normal. I'm just kidding, man. This is my favorite one so far.
The theme of today's recipes? I'm so glad you asked. Balls. And I'm not talking penis. First up, a 2-ingredient air-fried cheese ball, which is what my friends call me behind my back. And then this chickpea onion thing. Just by looking at this, I already know that that red onion taste is gonna be lingering in my mouth for 3 hours after I eat it, but how can you not love this guy's voice?
Along with a teaspoon of paprika powder.
I wish my voice sounded like that. Then maybe my friends would stop calling me a cheese ball. Hell yeah. I love that. I love when things do that. Yep, I'll definitely be using the rest of this for something. I could have used a bigger bowl. Smells good, looks good, but does it taste good? I don't know. I haven't eaten it yet. Into the oven. Now, you would think with a 2-ingredient recipe, I couldn't possibly mess it up, right? How far could I stray from something so simple? Well, one, I was not about to spend 45 minutes grating an entire block of Parmesan, so I bought a prepackaged kind. And also, it's not even just Parmesan. It includes 2 other cheeses. So if it turns out bad, we know who to blame. Joe Biden, actually. Yet again, time for my favorite part of these videos, where I just stick my hand inside something. You know, between me and Stranger Things, there's never been a more lucrative time for Foley artists who specialize in squelching noises. My hands are going to smell like cheese for weeks. If I went for a walk right now, I would attract woodland creatures from near and far. It's not really sticking very well. If I had to guess, it could have something to do with the fact that I didn't grate this cheese myself. Delicious. Freeze for 2 hours. They don't look quite as crispy as him. It might be because I didn't dry them out enough. You're supposed to drain and rinse them, but if you don't dry them enough, then they're gonna like retain moisture and then they're not gonna be as crispy, and maybe that's what I did wrong. They taste great. I feel like chickpeas are so underrated. Man, yeah, these are delicious. Every type of meat right now is 3 times as much as it was a few years ago. But a can of chickpeas, which has a decent amount of protein and in the right context can act as a protein in a meal, like $1. If you put this in a bowl, some kind of fancy grain, some tzatziki, some sweet potatoes maybe. I just don't have any other slop to put in it. Cheese ball. This might be the worst lighting I've ever achieved in a video. It tastes exactly the way you'd expect it to. I should have just grated Parmesan. It's too sharp. I don't know if I can eat any more of these. I mean, obviously they look awesome, but when would I eat this? Just gonna make cheese balls for dinner? Yeah, I gotta go eat a vegetable. Hey, let's make some more ice cream. I have to say I'm a little concerned so far. As much as I genuinely loved that first creamy, the second one was more of a failed science experiment, and the third one, I like mint chocolate chip ice cream. That was always one of my favorites growing up, but with peppermint extract, there is such a fine line where once you cross that line, it no longer tastes like a delicious sweet treat, and it kind of just tastes like you're eating toothpaste. Unfortunately, that's where my Minter Wonderland ended up, and it was a bit of a chore to finish. Since I've already messed this up a couple of times, I'm gonna go with a recipe that seems absolutely foolproof. Oreo McFlurry. It's just milk and sweetener and Oreo thins. How could I possibly mess that up?
Did you hear what I said about not messing this up? Just want to make sure you heard that.
Milk time! This is the amount that I was supposed to put in last time. Jesus Christ. And not that this had as big of an effect on the final outcome, but I also forgot to put a pinch of salt in the last time. Crisis averted. You know what else I like about his recipes? He says to use Oreo thins with the cream removed because it's fewer calories. I love that the calories of the cream doesn't count because I'm not putting it into the ice cream. It's so much healthier this way. I think I've created the appropriate texture this time. It doesn't already look like ice cream, it's just a little bit foamy.
Shit's good as hell.
That's a relief, future me. Or if it's bad, I'll be like, shit. Now this next one, I'm a little concerned about. It's a Dr. Pepper float. Now that sounds delicious to me. That's not the part I'm scared about. I'm worried because I don't think he wrote this in the way that he meant to. Because typically with a float, you would take the ice cream and then you kind of just pour the soda on top of it. He's saying to put the Dr. Pepper in and then blend it. I just cannot imagine a world where a freshly carbonated beverage inside this blender machine could end in anything other than disaster. And that's exactly why I need to do this on camera. If his typo causes me to explode, well, at least I filmed it. Getting a little high there. Honestly, that's kind of already good as is. All right, well, here goes nothing.
12 seconds later.
Who could have seen that coming? Kind of the worst possible outcome, because on one hand, it's annoying that I'm gonna have to now clean this up. And on the other hand, it wasn't even that interesting to look at. I kind of just made a mess for no reason.
Yeah, the bad news is I have to waste a bunch of paper towels, but the good news is I discovered something delicious. I'm gonna drink these every day forever. Kind of an annoying chore I just chose to give myself, but maybe it'll be worth it. That's up to you, future Drew. What do you say?
It's fine.
All right, thanks, buddy. Well, I think we've had a lot of fun here today. Whether we've been making shit or even crap, I've learned a lot. I spent a lot of time scrolling through my bookmarks to find the perfect recipe to end this video on. And I realized that the best recipe is the one that feels authentic to me. And then I found this. Not only do I have an entire website devoted to hot dogs, but I think I've made it pretty clear that the only thing I feel comfortable cooking is meat bread. This is perfect. Is this meal healthy? No. Will it help me reach my fitness goals? No. But does it look like something I'll accidentally eat all of in one sitting just to spend the next 2 hours complaining about my tummy ache? Yeah. It does. And of course, just like every recipe I've made so far, I'm swapping out one of the ingredients for a different one. I went to 2 different stores looking for this prepackaged French bread, and I was not about to go to a third. The only problem with using these crescent rolls instead is that they come pre-perforated, but I feel like as long as I don't rip it, it'll still all be one sheet. I don't know, man. I'm making hot dog bread. It doesn't have to be perfect. I just forget how to open these. Oh, that's right. That's how you do it. This looks French enough to me. I don't see any reason why this can't work just as well as the other bread, except for all of the lines and holes in it. Don't make fun of me, okay? You know you'd be just as scared. Okay. Maybe besides the perforation, the big difference between the 2 types of bread is that this one is not nearly as thick. But you know, what's the fun in doing something correctly? Where most people would look at this recipe and think that the bread should mostly encapsulate the hot dog, I say, what if instead the hot dog just sort of rested gently on top of it? Gotta have the sesame seeds. Gotta have salt. Definitely not enough salt in the hot dogs already. The question now is, hot dogs long ways or hot dogs short ways? Each with their own merits, for sure. We're doing it, guys. We're creating bread. This is what they ate in the Bible. Yeah, I'm liking what I'm seeing. Into the oven. I'm not even saying this is a joke. This is the best smelling food that I've made so far in this video. I feel like I just walked into an Italian bakery. Tell me that doesn't look good. Tell me you wouldn't eat that. And come on, like how unhealthy could it really be? 3,200 calories plus the oil, plus I don't know how many for the hot dogs. And I don't have ketchup and I don't have regular mustard, but you know what? I do have a bunch of random ass condiments. Surely one of these will be good. And now I've got a whole flight of hot dogs. Between cooking, cleaning, and shopping for gifts, the holidays are stressful enough. So why don't you take one of those things off your to-do list? Make hot dog focaccia. Trust me, your kids are gonna thank you. They're gonna be like, whoa, this is way better than the crap that Dad usually makes us eat. Yeah, usually his cooking's so bad, I don't even have any respect for him. I hate that guy. That guy's the worst. You're like, okay, kids, a funny joke. And they're like, no, Dad, we're dead serious. Some of the stuff you usually feed us, we have to pretend to eat it. Because if we actually eat that, we'd be in the hospital. But don't worry, Dad. Now that you've made us hot dog focaccia, we'll finally love you. And that's what Christmas is all about. Thanks for watching.
Hey guy, welcome back to the darkest room in the world. We did it! We made it to the end of the year, baby! Tomorrow is January 1st, 2021, which means all of our problems will go away and life will return to normal. Needless to say, this year has been bad. I started it off by saying this. 2020 is off to a bit of an underwhelming start, but that means there's nowhere to go but up. And I'll be the first to admit that I was wrong. But in the spirit of the year coming to an end, I wanted to take a page out of Nathan Zed's playbook and choose something to leave behind as we head into 2021. And just when I had that thought, YouTube recommended to me the video, I Lost My Memory prank on my mom.
I'm gonna be telling my mom I lost my memory. It's a prank!
Right away, I was intrigued by this because not only is the video designated as being made for kids, which you can tell because the comments are turned off, but it's also age restricted. Pretty rare combination. You don't usually see videos that are made exclusively for children over the age of 18. I also realized that these are people I made a video about like 3 years ago because of the mom's Instagram comedy, and I'm glad to see that they have evolved into a fully fledged family vlogging channel with 11 million subscribers.
Sup, Royalty fam? How you doing?
Hi, why is there a school bus right behind us?
I don't know.
Maybe because I picked you up from school and we're at a school?
Yeah.
And schools usually have school buses?
Yeah.
Duh!
Good start. Let me just roast my son on camera because I asked him a stupid question.
If you have not hit the subscribe button,
then what are you doing in your life?
He's right. What am I doing in my life? That's better.
Give this video a big what?
Big like.
For sure, yeah, I got you.
Are you guys ready? If so, give this video a big thumbs up.
Okay, well, I already did, but I always do as I'm told.
Before we call her, don't forget to subscribe and hit the like button.
Okay. And now the video is gonna start.
Yeah, guys, gotta give this video a big thumbs up because we're taking a big risk.
All right.
Hit that like button. Hit that like button. Let's go.
Well, that was a lot of work to end up right back where I started.
He's gotta make it look believable that he hurt himself. So he's gotta wrap himself up, maybe wear a sling on his arm, maybe some crutches. We'll make it work. We'll make it work. We'll do whatever it takes to make Andrea believe that it's true.
You hear that? They're gonna do whatever it takes. No holding back. Let's see what that entails. Nice. So they've got a neck brace that isn't really bracing anything because it goes up to his nose. And I really like the bandages wrapped around his forehead that have no blood on them. Must be a preventative measure. You see all these band-aids on my arm? I didn't actually cut myself. I'm wearing them just in case I start bleeding. You can never be too careful.
Do you remember this dog?
What is this?
It's a dog.
This kid's so funny. This is what happens when parents come up with an idea for a video that forces the child to have to act.
Look at me. Who am I? A person?
A person? You are a person.
She's still pretty upset though, which is fair because her son doesn't know who she is and they're being super vague about the whole thing.
You look like something bad happened.
But then when they finally tell her at the end that it was a prank.
It's a prank!
It's a prank! He's not her!
You can see that she's been crying and it just feels kind of weird.
Got it!
Luckily for her, this is all part of a prank war, which means she gets an opportunity to prank them back. What devious idea does she come up with? How about the same exact prank 1 week later?
I don't know who you are.
How hard did you fall?
I feel hard.
Brilliant.
Fainting right now.
Baby, no. Baby, wake up. No, baby, wake up. Babe. Mi amor!
Oh my god. She died, I guess. R.I.P.
Oh my, baby, don't go around with things like that. There's certain things that you shouldn't do. I really got scared for you.
Babe, you can't joke about these kind of things. Only I can do this prank last week. You can't do this prank this week.
No, that was a misunderstanding. I apologize. No, we have no emergency. Baby, I called 911 and I hung up.
Oh my
They
God.
called me back so worried.
Oh good, I'm glad they actually called 911 and wasted their time.
We got you.
Now here's the thing. I thought we had kind of moved on from pranks. I thought after all the commentary videos about pranksters and, the algorithm shift over time that these were all a thing of the past. But that is very much not true. 8 million views, 10 million views, 22 million views on a memory loss prank. Well, now I gotta watch that one.
Sure, you can tell by the thumbnail and the title, I am doing a prank, and it's a very trendy prank. I lost my memory.
Speaking of, why don't we even do intros? I mean, just through the title, just through the freaking thumbnail.
I know, but I just want to introduce them and make them feel like a family. So we are at this medical supply store to get a wheelchair to make this thing more realistic.
For me, this is probably the worst part of these videos is when they go to a medical supply store to buy a wheelchair and the employees are probably so confused. This girl was walking around just fine a second ago, but then she asks you to hold the door for her so she can film herself getting pushed out in the wheelchair, which she then gets out of so she can help put it in the car. They did a montage of her in the wheelchair. What do you think they do with the wheelchair when they're done? Do they just keep it? There's a chance that maybe they donated it or something, but wheelchairs are expensive, so they went and asked for their money back.
So you're returning this because I don't need it anymore?
Did your legs get better? Yes. Christmas miracle? Wait, aren't you the girl who was doing jumping jacks outside? Yeah, that was me.
That's the story that we're going for. Frank tripped me while I was going down the stairs and I fell all the way down the stairs and I broke my leg, my arm, and I lost my memory.
Also, I feel kind of bad for the dog because every time they film, the mom is just in the corner like shaking him around, making him talk. It's always like the villain too. He's pushing someone down the stairs or hitting on people's moms.
Kids, if you're watching this, I'm gonna get your mama's number, and sorry, but your parents are probably gonna get divorced.
Well, it's time to call a friend and give her the bad news.
Piper hit her head so hard that she doesn't remember literally anything. Okay, Sophie's not making any sense right now.
Sophie, it's okay. Just talk to her. It's okay.
It's not your fault. It's not your fault.
We faked a brain injury and made a little girl cry. Then we made enough money off it to buy a Tesla.
This is all fake, Sophie. Sophie, you totally fell for it. I would have been, if she did this to me, I would have been a little bit skeptical.
I guess I'm like way smarter than you.
Yeah, gullible.
I guess you're just kind of really young, and I'm a grown-up.
But the wheelchair you like play with.
Sophie, we rented it.
And like, what is this? Don't you have to go to the hospital for that? No. We also got it at the store. We got the wheelchair, dude.
Sophie's not making any sense right now.
Yeah, Sophie, ever heard of the wheelchair store? What are you, a child? Time to prank the boyfriend now.
Gavin, it's not a prank.
It's a prank.
And he is not happy about it.
Remember, like, oh my god, remember my song? I've been Christ.
Oh. Okay. They have a song. I'm not gonna Google it. I don't need to know what the song sounds like.
How about I take you out for a ride?
Piper, do you remember?
I don't remember this.
Fuck! I wrote that song for you!
You just wasted about 12, 13, 14, 15 minutes of your life.
You sneaky dog. The real prank was on the viewer this whole time. It's crazy to me how many people make the same video with the same title and the same thumbnail and they all get views. You think they shoot these thumbnails before the prank? Or did they stop like halfway through to do it?
Ow, it hurts.
Oh my god, are you okay?
Oh man. Oh no. Ow, my memory.
Don't worry, I'm gonna call the doctors.
Wait, don't you mean the doctor?
No, the talk show.
They'll know what to do.
Mondays on CBS. I love the Dobre brother video where one of them does the memory prank on the other one and they find him in a see-through hospital gown just standing out in the snow and he doesn't recognize his own twin.
What's going on? Just come in the car. Who are you?
And why do you look just like me? I think my brain injury has caused me to forget the concept of twins. Also, I guess the hospital just let him leave, but they didn't give him his clothes back.
So he already left.
Sure, we'll let you have that robe, but we get to keep your pants.
We're gonna get you some clothes in. Come on, it's getting cold. It's in the winter.
You're cold, Marcus. Just come in the car. Where are we going? We're going home.
We're going to where you live and where you're home at.
Yeah, I think that's how you communicate with someone who's lost their memory. You just kind of talk to them like a caveman until they remember who they are.
Dude, what's going on?
Mom?
Then they FaceTime their mom and she tries to jog his memory. You can tell he's looking around, like not sure what he's supposed to say. I know that is my mom, but I think I'm supposed to have amnesia right now, so maybe I pretend I don't know her?
Hey, Mom.
Or not.
I don't think he remembers.
Oh, no, he does. He just said hi. Do you have amnesia? I love the varying degrees to which Marcus committed to this role. He's all over the place. First, they tell him to put on this hoodie and he just kind of throws it over his shoulder. What is this thing? Then he doesn't recognize their house, but is like, whoa, cool cars. Then he forgets his name again and acts like he's never heard of YouTube.
What is all this? Oh, these are YouTube flags. We have 14 million subscribers on YouTube. What's YouTube?
YouTube is your passion. It's what you do.
Yeah.
It's what we do. It's our job.
We like it. It's our favorite thing.
And 1 million subscribers here.
What are subscribers? Basically, people subscribe to your channel and watch us.
Yeah, so they view what what we post.
We get millions of views every day.
Yeah, a lot of people like to watch you.
Okay, maybe tone it down a bit, Marcus. This isn't your first day on Earth.
Go use the restroom, okay? Don't worry. How does he not remember how to use this?
Oh, come on. He doesn't remember little car? YouTube, I understand, but this is his little car.
Who am I?
Dad.
Yeah, that's your dad. That's your dad.
My dad.
Okay.
No, I don't recognize Dad. I only know my mom and how to go to the bathroom.
Do you remember me at all? What we did when you were a child? What places we went? And What things I bought for you?
Not really.
So I bought you all those presents for nothing? Man, I could have saved so much money. This is getting really scary. I hope his memory comes back soon.
One of your YouTube videos. Put a YouTube video.
Look, that's you. 15 million, baby, let's go.
Let's go. That's what you do.
That's you acting like yourself.
That... me?
Yeah, buddy, that's you.
Wow. Ew, I did that? Yeah, that's you acting like yourself.
That's you being yourself right there.
Gross. I did that?
All the time.
Honestly, I think you did it a little too much.
Oh, it's all coming back to me now. I make fart noise.
Yeah, you know what you're doing.
Yeah.
That's you.
And I stick out tongue. Stick out tongue. That's me. Guys, I remember.
See, you're just doing what you do.
Oh, that's such a heartwarming tale. And also a huge missed opportunity. That dude forgot everything. He was a blank slate. They could have molded him into any person they want. They could have put on a video of a firefighter or Mr. Rogers. And instead they just turn him back into Marcus Dobre. What a shame. So one of the newest trends right now is I went missing pranks. You know that thing of like when a kid goes missing and then the family never finds him and it's a horrible tragedy? We did it as a prank. This first came to my attention when I saw this video was #1 on trending. Truly the most important video on YouTube. Basically, she just like leaves clues for her friends and they run around in circles for a day. They could have just called it 24-hour scavenger hunt and it would have been the same exact video, but instead they did this. Not too crazy about people using trauma for clickbait, but glad to see YouTube's promoting only the best content. And of course, where there's a trend, there's a Dobre, because yeah, they did this one too. And they went all out. See, Marcus starts off like, wait a minute, where did your girlfriends go? And they're like, I don't know. Meanwhile, the girlfriends are hiding in their car in the driveway. So then everyone runs around looking for them for like 10 minutes until they get bored and give up.
There's no point, bro. Forget it, like whatever, who cares? Let's just let them do their thing. They're probably like, I don't know, maybe they're getting their nails done or something.
Yeah, that's what girls do, right? They got like fingernails or whatever. And then they come back home and their girlfriends are waiting for them there. I'm just glad everyone's okay. It's pretty scary not to see your girlfriend for 13 minutes? But I guess I would prefer a pointless video over what all the other YouTubers who try this end up doing. It just gets really heated every time and they all yell at each other.
Just shut up!
Hey, I did not talk her into this. What are you laughing about?
And someone always cries. And the description's like, man, this is really emotional. Maybe I took it too far. Whoopsies. I mean, they say they took it too far, but that's also what they use to get people to click on the video. Emotional reaction. She cried. You suck. I also love that clearly none of these people have ever seen a missing person poster before because all of these pictures look like mugshots. Missing prank on boyfriend. He went to jail? Oh, look who else did it. It's JD Vlogs, my favorite. Now this is a couple channel, which of course means they both did it. After all, revenge is a dish best served by doing the same thing twice.
I feel bad. I feel like a bad boyfriend right now. I'm sorry. Am I a bad boyfriend? Or a really good vlogger.
Yep, and that's all that matters. Emotional torment? Nah, who cares? Cause we got merch. Maybe you guys remember, maybe you don't. I made a video about these guys like a year and a half ago, specifically about their joining the army prank. Now, one of the things I said in this video was that prank channels are kind of dying out. And JD Vlogs is a perfect example of why I was wrong. I think they had like 500,000 subs at the time and now they're close to 3 million. I gotta say though, there are not many more things on this world that make me more uncomfortable than scrolling through their video tab. Everything is either hypersexualized or has these weird abusive undertones. Being mean to her in front of her family.
Seriously, get out of my way. What are you doing?
Being mean to her and then giving her an iPhone.
Aww.
And I know a lot of this is fake. I know they play it up for the camera. I'm sure their relationship is fine. But still maybe don't turn this into content. You make it seem like it's okay to treat your girlfriend badly as long as you buy her a gift and make up for it. Maybe don't make abuse seem like a normal thing in front of your very young audience. A ton of whom, I imagine, are 12-year-old boys who just can't resist clicking on these stupid thumbnails. If you say, I love you, you have to remove a layer. I love you. Oh, you said it. You gotta take off your top now. Babe, stop. Oh, you said it again. You guys show your boobs again. Babe, look at my boobs and touch my friend's butt. And now touch my butt. And now I'm naked again. 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 And now I'm flashing his little brother. Surprisingly enough, these guys actually just announced while I was writing this video that they're going on a break. They talk about taking some time to reflect. It seems like the lines have started to blur between like what's their real relationship and what's just content. So a break from the channel only makes sense. And honestly, I can respect that. I think that's a very mature decision. And what's that? They posted a prank the very next day? Holy fucking shit. Oh, never change, YouTube. Never change. Oh, you did it. You watched until the end of the video. Thank you so much. As a reward, here's a countdown of my top 5 funniest pranks. Number 3. Place a call to the local pizza place and insist on ordering for Chinese food. When they say they don't serve the cuisine, throw a tantrum and tell them why they should cater to customer needs. Number 3. Call up a random number and as soon as a person picks up the phone, ask him or her, where do babies come from? This can be a brilliant prank to play on someone if you are aiming at embarrassing them. Number 1. Gold Digger Prank Part 6. Be sure to annihilate that subscribe button, otherwise I will start crying. Hey guy, welcome back to 2020. New year, new me? Hell nah. I'm still a little bitch. In the spirit of entering a new decade and looking back on the 2010s and all the fun times we had, I want to start this year off by revisiting some of the topics I've talked about on this channel over the past 3 years and see if things have gotten better or worse or changed at all. And today we're going to start that by looking back at Edfluence, which was one of the most blatant scams I've ever seen from a YouTuber that weirdly didn't really affect Jake Paul at all. I guess because he was pretty busy with some other scandals at the time. I called him out about it back in 2018, but haven't addressed it since then. And since so much time has passed, I'll get DMs on Twitter every so often asking me to post an update. And I'm also just curious myself to see what has come of his scam, to see if they've done anything to validate the cost or change it at all. So that's what we're going to be looking at today. First though, let me real quick recap what Team 1000 actually was. Or I guess wasn't, because it was nothing. So in late 2017, Jake started advertising on his channel his new service called Edfluence, where for a small fee of just $7, you could learn all the tips and tricks that he's used to become the most hated YouTuber in the world. The thing is though, once you paid the $7, thinking you had then unlocked all this extra content, you were immediately prompted with a second screen where you were asked to pay an additional $57 to unlock everything you thought you just bought. So at that point, you could either just give up and forget about the $7 you just wasted on nothing, or because you're a child and you're using your mom's credit card, you could just click the big button that says pay an additional amount of money because you have no concept of money. What's another $57? Money doesn't mean anything to you. You've never had a job, you're a child. And then once you click the button, it would automatically just charge you again because it already has your mom's credit card information saved onto the website from the previous smaller payment, and you're fucked. Very shady, not cool, but that was just the scam part. Once you got onto the actual website with all of this brand new content, it was very obvious right away that Jake just kind of filmed all of this shit in an afternoon and was speaking out of his ass most of the time.
Oh, you're what, Mom? You're watching this Edfluence course? Oh my gosh, you're blowing up, Mom? Oh my gosh, yeah, I know, because everything in this course is right. You should follow it. Click. There you go. Cool.
But the most disappointing and confusing element of this website was Team 1000, which is like Team 10, but with more zeros. This was a massive part of Jake's pitch on Edfluence, basically saying that for just a few bucks, you could join Team 1000, which he described just vaguely enough to pique interest of young fans without really saying what it actually was. And so finally comes the big reveal. Once you've paid $64 to join what you thought was Team 1000, you click on the tab that says Team 1000 only to find out that Team 1000 is coming soon, which is not usually how transactions work. It kind of reminds me of that episode of Nathan For You where he would sell underage people alcohol, but they couldn't actually take the alcohol until they turned 21, except it wasn't as funny when Jake did it. So overall, Edfluence, Team 1000, whatever you want to call it, kinda stinky if you ask me. But it has now been 2 years since I posted this video, which I think puts us well past the window of soon. So the $1 million question is, Did Team 1000 ever come? Actually, I don't like the way I worded that. What happened to Team 1000? Are you fucking kidding me? If you are a visitor, contact the website owner or try again later. Well, there's no contact information for the website owner, so I don't think I'll be able to do that. Don't think I can just give them a phone call if I don't have their number. Okay, let's go to Edfluence's Twitter page, which has not tweeted since November 2018. And the last thing they tweeted was, "Stay calm. There's still time to get Edfluence half off." Oh, and then the tweet before that was 30% off, and the tweet before that was 30% off, and the tweet before that was 50% off. Basically, they were just tweeting all through November 2018 with all these new sales, probably knowing full well they were gonna shut down the website almost immediately afterward.
Team 1000.
Okay, you know, it was bad enough that 2 years ago I spent $64 to access an unfinished website, but now it doesn't even exist anymore? So I can't even retroactively enjoy all the useless informational videos that Jake Paul filmed? There are a couple breadcrumbs we can sort of follow here to get to the bottom of this. If you go to Edfluence's Twitter bio, they advertise another Twitter page, Demeanor, which sounds like the same thing as Edfluence, but maybe they just rebranded. Learn from the people you love, online courses taught by influencers. So it sounds like maybe they expanded Edfluence to include influencers besides Jake Paul, sort of like masterclass, but taught by idiots. All right, so let's visit demeanor.co because it seems like Edfluence no longer exists. Demeanor is a platform for influencers to make and sell their dream products. Tell us your vision and we'll make it happen. All right, sounds legit. Low upfront costs, so there's a small setup fee, but don't worry, then we won't charge you another cent until your products are selling. From courses to purses to games to watches, we'll make it happen. You just need a vision and a fan base. Okay, so this definitely sounds a lot different from Edfluence. Edfluence was willing to target anybody who would give them money. It didn't matter if they were an established creator already or not. This sounds like you need to be an established creator and have a fan base already, and then they'll help you. Sort of like an MCN or any type of management company that you would approach hoping for help with logistical stuff like this. So at this point, I'm invested, I'm curious, I gotta see what Demeanor's all about. So I'm gonna click get in touch, fill out all this information, and now I guess we just wait for a response. This could take a while. All right. So it has been one whole week since I sent that request, and the response I got was nothing. I'm really not surprised at all. Actually, after a couple days, I submitted another application pretending to be Summer Rae, that butt girl on Instagram with like 20 million followers. I thought it would have been a really good fit. I wanted to sell hats with her butt on it, and it would say, "What's that smell? It's my butt." Weirdly, that great idea wasn't enough to elicit response, so I'm just gonna assume that no one works at Demeanor anymore and they don't exist. So we went from Edfluence to Demeanor to nothing in a matter of 2 years. I'm so interested in this. I don't know why more people aren't talking about this. How could you just like sell something and then act like it's gonna keep growing and you're gonna keep expanding, and then you never make good on the promises you made, and then get rid of the unfinished version of it? But that's Jake Paul in a nutshell, the ultimate internet salesman. He's not a creator, he's a salesman, let's be honest. He's a business person who's just always trying to sell a product, whether it's his merch or his online courses or himself. He's a salesman, that's who he is. If YouTube never worked out, I have no doubt he'd be working at like a Toyota dealership right now, slinging Priuses. To him, maybe after dominating social media for a couple years, he wanted to take on his biggest challenge yet. He wanted to sell the ultimate product. You give him money, and he gives you nothing. And maybe he just wanted to see how many people he could get to buy it. I mean, it's amazing what the power of a good sales pitch can do. Oftentimes, the marketing of something is way more important than the actual thing you're selling. Like, I think a lot of people tend to buy things based on how the packaging looks or the color scheme of the logo. I've been using Old Spice deodorant for years now just because I thought their commercials were funny. Edfluence was packaged in a really appealing way to his young fans. He used all the right words, threw in a couple obvious manipulation tactics that went right over their heads.
If you can't follow the roadmap, then there's just no chance you'll make it into Team 1000 or maybe even as a social media influencer.
And they bought into what he was selling. I would guess he sold thousands, maybe tens of thousands of subscription packages. You can scroll through YouTube and see countless videos of like my Edfluence journey, day 1, joining team 10 or team 1000, and then fast forward 1 year. And you can't even access the website anymore. It's just gone. In fact, it was pretty much exactly 1 year. They launched the website in December 2018, and somewhere between August 2018 and January 2019, it had been downgraded into an error screen. Oh, but not before we throw out a couple last-minute fire sales to see if we can't milk a few more bucks out of this. And then he vanished into the night, never to be seen again. Well, that's not true. One of my favorite tactics he used to try and sell Edfluence was quoting a Chinese proverb and then saying, "See? That's why you gotta give me $64, because of this 1,000-year-old wisdom." What an insane connection to try and make. I feel like that's like trying to use Socrates as a testimonial. Let him that would move the world first move himself on a brand new bike. You know how I know demeanor is bullshit? If it's a service that handles merch operations and it was started by Jake Paul, why doesn't Jake use it? He uses FanJoy. He's been using FanJoy for years to sell his merch. He's not even using his own service, so why would people trust it? Speaking of which, let's see which creators that... Okay, I'm starting to notice a theme here. Well, I don't really know what to say about this anymore. I mean, the fact that they have just gotten rid of Edfluence is sort of a fitting end to the saga, but also it just means I don't really have anything to react to. Before we wrap things up though, I did say I wanted to revisit a few things I've talked about in the past, not just this. And although scrolling through my past videos, there's not a lot of things that are that interesting to me in terms of doing a follow-up. One of my favorite videos I've ever made was called Why Did You Think This Would Work? It was about a bunch of apps where people were frustrated that they didn't work, even though any rational human being would be able to tell you, of course it wouldn't work. It's an X-ray machine. That being said, I've downloaded a couple pregnancy tests on my phone, and we're gonna find out together if I'm currently with child. Looks like all I have to do for this one is start testing by clicking this blurry ass button. Sorry, just like when you buy a regular pregnancy test that you pee on, there is a mid-roll ad. Okay, now it's gonna scan my finger. Is it, my finger's on it. Is it doing? I knew it! Now that I've gotten that out of the way, it's time to answer the question, boy or girl do you have? Let's find out. What is this? Oh, that's my stomach. Also, what's this right here? If this is my stomach, is that my dick and balls? I knew it, it's a girl. A beautiful fetus girl. Wait, this developer also has an app called Baby Thoughts Simulator. I gotta know what my baby's thinking. All right, well, I don't have a baby yet, but I do have a Gooby. So let's scan him. What's Gooby thinking about? Is scanning. Thanks for the update. I want to sleep. That's all you ever do. Let's try this again. Is scanning. I want to sleep. Is this the only response they programmed? Get out of here. Now, the only thing left to figure out is what is this baby girl gonna look like? So let's get to the bottom of that using future baby. Why would I need notifications? Wait, babies don't wink. Babies don't have secrets. Dad's photo. Awesome, mom's photo. Here we go. Oh, well, I wanted to crop that one, but okay. Okay, so I guess I'm also the mom. I have to pay $5 a week to see my future baby? I knew this app wouldn't give an accurate image before downloading it. However, I am black. The other person was also black. How are we able to create twin white babies? The babies were adorable, but I thought it would merge me and the other parent's face to create a baby photo, not have someone's real baby photo. Well, that's unfortunate. I guess we'll just keep it a mystery then. I don't know what my beautiful baby girl is going to look like until the day she comes out of my ass. Well, I guess that's it. Not much else to talk about with Edfluence. I mean, I can only react to an error page for so long. I think it's a beautiful ending to the saga. Just like I said, there's nothing else for me to say about it. But I do have a few words to say about today's sponsor. Thank you guys so much for watching this video. Sorry it wasn't as climactic as I was hoping.
I guess 2020 is off to a bit of an underwhelming start, but that means there's nowhere to go but up. Oh wait, hold on, before you get out of here, I just want to say one more thing. Please go like my Facebook page. We're about to hit 10K on there, and that would mean so much to me because I don't actually post on there or use it at all, and I don't log into it, and I don't respond to any of the messages, but if we hit 10K, that would just mean the world. Hey little stinkers, and welcome back to youtube.com, a website that has now been officially banned in all 53 states. If you're one of the many new people who just discovered my channel, welcome. And I'm sorry that I called you a little stinker. That's just, it's not an insult, that's just like what I call my fans for some reason. I don't actually remember why. If someone could please update my Wikipedia page actually and provide like an explanation for that, that would be very helpful for me and everyone. But nonetheless, welcome. I'm very happy to have you here. By all measures, my last video was a monumental success for my channel in terms of how many people saw the video in such a short amount of time, how many people subscribed because of it, and really it couldn't be going any better. But I guess if there is one downside, fame sometimes comes at a cost. And in this case, the cost is that a bunch of kids are commenting mean stuff about me. And while I will admit that it certainly hurts my feelings to have a bunch of 8-year-olds call me stupid, it's pretty funny and makes for good content. So today I will take you guys on a journey through some of the most beautiful and poetic comments I've received this week from Jake Paulers. Yo, you dumbs. The first part was the entering. They ate that in all the show. You never go to show, right? I don't know what is so entertaining about judging people's life when your own life isn't perfect. He is rich though, he have a creative mind, not like you, moron. Same guy, again. Be creativity, bro. Fuck you! Bitch! You bump ass. See your videos, asshole. Because of Jake, you are getting views. You motherfucker! I regret watching this video. I had no need for this information. Why did I watch it? I don't even know you. Am I the only one that knows that the girl Jake is holding is his girlfriend? Oh, that's why they were kissing. I thought that was his sister. That's why it was so weird to me. I'm not trying to be mean, but he never did the challenges. Oh, a nice one. Very funny. Then right above it, poop you! Are you Guy? Why does Jake say words of advice when he is really the bully himself? He really disses on people who don't deserve to diss. Think of it. The YouTuber diss tracks, the teachers, the people who have. Get through this. This comes to my final conclusion, that Team 10 is run by ants. So that means that the new generation is ants. In fact, everything is made out of ants. I hope Earth blow up. I like the way this guy thinks. Yeah, I'll go to the show, only if I'm paid 3 times the amount I paid for, and if the challenges has money. I think you should make a video on small channels, and start with mine, please. Good idea. I'll definitely make a video about your channel. Have you seen Jake Paul on TMZ News? Shit, he'll probably knock your skinny ass out. Ha ha ha. It'll be funny if you guys run into each other, and you'll be speechless. Your tail will be tucked between your legs. I'm sure it'll happen. Hey! How'd you find out about my tail? Stop. You are so stupid. I can't believe you have even 1 subscriber. You are just a hater. Like if you agree. Alright, I liked it. Videos are too long. I know this isn't related to the video, but is it just a thing for every grandparent / great-grandparent to have an extra fridge in their garage? I have been visiting a lot of relatives and I noticed that they all have a fridge in their garage just for ice cream and soda. I would have lost way more brain cells if it weren't for Drew's talk throughout the show. Thank you. I was gonna post the video without any narration, just clips from it and not set up any context, but then last minute I decided, you know what? I'm gonna talk about it, and then I did, and I included that in the video, so I'm glad that was a good decision. Cringe narration. I tried my best. Damn, I love Amanda. Me too. Why the fuck is she still with you? I don't know. One of the most common comments YouTubers get is just someone not saying anything about the video, but being like, oh, you look like this other person, right? I get that constantly, and it's always different people. So I'm gonna do a few comparisons, and you tell me if any of these are true. You look like Shroud. What the fuck? You look like Elliot Rodger. Edward, is that you? Oh, yeah, okay. I see it.
I see it. Fuck, shit, cunt. I don't like Jack Paul, but you're literally only making money of him. Subscribed. Thanks. We all know you did this video for the views and money. Yeah, of course I did. Of course I made a video to earn revenue. This is my job. It's like your boss telling you, like, we all know you only came into work today to earn your paycheck. Damn it, who told you? This person's entire comment was, I use mobile YouTube. Okay. One for mobile. That'll help with my research, thank you. What's the name of the jazz he's playing in the video? Oh yeah, jazz music. What product do you use? For my hair? Or for, like, editing? Or, oh, you know what? I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Wait up, did he create YouTube? Guys, it's simple, okay? 13 years ago, I invented YouTube, and then I sold it to Google and used the money I got to play NBA basketball, where I was a power forward for like 100 teams. Then when I retired, I came back to YouTube to make commentary videos. It's a very normal career path. Please stop asking about it. Didn't Drew say he wasn't going to do videos on the Paul brothers anymore and to hold him to that? Did I say that? But I wholeheartedly believe this will be the last video I ever make about Jake Paul, and I implore you guys to hold me to that. No, I never said that. Oh, you guys know what that sound means. It's time to make sure that my last video is still monetized. Guys, thank you so much for watching. I know this video wasn't as in-depth as what you may have come to expect from this channel, but I just wanted to get something out quickly before I left my home for a week. I'm going to VidCon in California. I'm going to be there for like 8 days. So if you're going to VidCon, hopefully we can run into each other and high five or make out. I don't know. No, I'm not going to make out with you. But we can high five. Remember guys, if you liked this video, remember to comment, I like this video. So, because then I'll know, that's the only way I'll know if you like it. But yeah, I know this wasn't as long or as good as most of my other videos, but not to worry, because I will be back very soon with my regular content. Hey guy, welcome back to another hilarious YouTube video. Please subscribe to join the Drew Gooden gang. You probably thought that was me. Well, what if I told you that entire voiceover was actually done by artificial intelligence? I would be lying. I don't know how to do that. Hey guy, welcome back to another hilarious... I made a video a few months ago about how AI is ruining the internet, and even though not that much time has passed, there's still so many new forms of dumb AI garbage that I feel compelled to rant about. The iPhone 16 has been marketed almost entirely around Apple Intelligence, and for some reason, sales are down? It could be because many of the advertised features still aren't available and won't be until nearly halfway into the product's life cycle, or maybe it's because every new iPhone costs $20,000 now. But I think Apple's condescending and mean-spirited commercials are also having an effect on how people view this product. Commercials targeted at people who aren't just stupid, but also kind of shitty. Every single one of them is basically just, are you tired of having to do anything? Well, now you don't have to. You don't have to type, you don't have to read, you don't even have to think. Finally, you can just mindlessly waddle your way through life as the barely functioning zombie we've always dreamed of selling things to. Like this guy, who hasn't done any work all day, but gets Siri to write an email for him telling someone else that they should do his work for him. And that guy is impressed? I am genius. Then there's one where this guy has to lead a meeting about a presentation his team made for him, but of course, he didn't read it. So he spits in the face of the hard work done by everyone around him and reads some bullet points his laptop pooped out. I am genius. That's awesome. I love when everybody else does work except for me. Is this how Apple views its customers? Like they're incapable of doing anything on their own without getting help from their precious device? It's good to know that every time I open the Mail app from now on, my phone's gonna be sitting there with its arms crossed, shaking its head as I stumble through some crappy attempt at a meaningful reply. All right, dumbass, just give it to me. I'll figure it out. Oh, Jesus Christ, man, are you even breathing?
Oh, I forgot I had to. Thanks for reminding me.
So, what did you think of the pitch I emailed you?
Yes, the one that you emailed me. Here we are. Very Victorian, which I loved. Unique relationship is formed. I love unique relationships.
With a twist.
I know, because I read it.
Great. I'm gonna tell them you're interested.
What? So they just committed to doing a whole movie they know nothing about other than how a phone described it? That doesn't sound like a great career move to me. What if the script is terrible? What if the movie's racist? Don't give me that smug look like you just outsmarted me. You're the one who just agreed to be in a racist movie.
Siri, what's the name of the guy I had a meeting with a couple of months ago?
You met Zach Wingate at Cafe Grinnell.
Hey!
Zach!
Have I forgotten people's names before? Absolutely I have, and I will do it again. But what I've learned in life is that 90% of the time, it's not that big of a deal. I have never taken it personally when someone doesn't remember my name, because there's a lot of information getting tossed around in our brains, and sometimes it doesn't prioritize the important stuff. Instead of names and birthdays, it'll save song lyrics you heard one time 20 years ago. It happens. Just be honest about it. Would it be the end of the world to have a regular human interaction with someone? Does Apple just want us all to lie to each other now? Yes, of course I read the text you sent me. Josh, my husband. But as much as I hate those commercials, they all pale in comparison to the worst of these ads.
Happy birthday, Dad.
Happy birthday.
I got you something.
Oh, honey. Thank you. I love this.
I got you this.
Did you do this yourself?
Man, I had a great teacher.
Happy birthday.
I love you.
I love you too.
Love you.
This is from me.
Are you fucking kidding me? This character sucks. I don't want to be like this person who not only forgot her spouse's birthday, but got annoyed that their kids didn't. Who interrupted a beautiful moment between them and their dad so she could show them some stupid photo montage Siri threw together in 4 seconds. This is like that thing little kids do before they learn to pick up on social cues. They'll interrupt a conversation like, Mom, look what I can do. Wow, that's really great, honey. And this isn't just a lazy and useless gift. This isn't even a new feature. My iPhone's been making dumb video slideshows of my pictures for years now, and I've never even asked it to. But also, all of these things in combination make no sense. This is marketed towards people who hate their jobs and want to get through it as soon as possible so they can get home to their families. Okay, I understand that. But then, even when they do get home to their families, they also just want to get through that as quickly as possible. So what exactly are the things we're supposed to like doing that we're in such a rush to get to? Just driving through traffic and scrolling Instagram reels on the toilet? Or do we need to wait until our phone can do that for us too? I think there's always going to be things in life that you don't really want to do and wish you could fast forward through. But to what end? If you could just skip through every single thing that's even remotely tedious or unenjoyable, you'd probably just skip straight to your deathbed, filled with regret, but also a newfound appreciation for the mundane. If that sounds familiar to you, it's because it's the plot of the movie Click, starring Adam Sandler. I liked the part where he made boobs go in slow motion and then ignored his family for 20 years. One of the other key features of Apple Intelligence is message summaries, and I can't imagine ever wanting to use this. I don't want my fucking text messages summarized. If someone took the time to type out words for me to read, I'd like to read all of them. And if I take the time to type something out for you, I'd certainly prefer you read the whole thing and not just have your phone cram it into one neatly packaged sentence devoid of any emotion. Of all the things that it might be useful for AI to consolidate, communication with other people is absolutely not one of them. Again, what's the vision here? That I want to tell someone something, but I don't really feel like typing it all out. So I'll just tell my phone the gist of what I'm trying to say and they can do it for me. But then of course the person I'm talking to also doesn't want to read all that, so they have their phone sum it all up in a few words, reducing it back to the original thesis I lazily pumped out a few minutes ago. So at this point all we've really done is throw in an unnecessary middleman we're both ignoring. But then what happens when even that 2-sentence summary is too much for someone to handle? Can we consolidate it even further? Hell, why not just make it one word? Why don't we all just sort of grunt at each other until we're on the same page? Would that make it easier to talk to people? I hate to break it to you, but I think cavemen already tried that.
we're moving in the wrong direction here.
As a creator on YouTube, I feel like I'm constantly having my videos merged into whatever random new AI systems they force on us. They generate summaries of my videos for other people to read, and summaries of my viewers' comments for me to read. Things like oatmeal and yogurt time songs hilarious, and Samantha is Drew's loyal follower. Good to know. But the main feature I want to talk about is one that is just so funny to me. So for the past couple years, when you would go to read comments in the YouTube Creator Studio backend, some of them would have these auto-generated replies as prompts for you to respond with. And for a long time, these were all super generic, just like thank you or sorry. But at some point a couple months ago, they updated these to be way more specific with AI that's trying to use context to understand what's happening, but is almost always wrong. Thank you so much for saying piss and wobble within 10 seconds of each other. You're welcome. I'm just trying to spread awareness. Awesome sauce. It's literally just sauce. This is a great Christmas present to get on my feed today. Happy holidays, or sorry, happy birthday. If you're wondering why they didn't just say Merry Christmas, it's because according to them, Christmas is not a real holiday. I went to the casino a couple times in my early 20s, pulled $200 out and lost it over the course of an hour or two. Oh, sorry to hear that. That is awesome! What I find so fascinating about these is that they're specifically trying to suggest things they think I would say. They try to answer questions on my behalf, but they don't know anything about me, so they have to just make shit up. Wonderful video. My dad would always say, never gamble more than what you want to lose. Very simple way of thinking of it. Hope it helps someone. That's a good one. I don't have a dad. I wish I could tell you something my dad used to always say, but I can't. Because apparently he doesn't exist. I send my mom your videos. She loves them. Hi, Mom.
My mom doesn't like my videos. And I don't have a dad.
And I also don't eat rice, and my shirt is dirty because I wore it to the game. And the Road Work Ahead car, I've never seen it in real life. Except for the time I was driving it in the Vine. But then I parked it on the side of the road and never looked at it again. It's so weird to read AI confidently invent personal experiences I have not had, but then also act confused about things I actually have done. I started my last video by telling a story about going on a cruise, and in response to someone commenting about that, YouTube wants me to say, I've never been on that cruise thing. So now I'm just gaslighting people. Imagine being a recovering gambling addict and every corner is just another temptation. There's no escape. I remember my first time trying that game. It was a quarter a pull, and I thought I was gonna make a fortune. I lost $5. Why are they making up stories about my life? Why does AI just want everyone to lie to each other all the time? Not many people realize this unless you live in a few states, but on Native American land, natives are allowed to run casinos. Yeah, I don't know much about that. I'm just a dumb gamer. I'm so fucking stupid. Regulations are the reason cars are so big. Emissions regulations are far less strict for trucks, which incentivize car manufacturers to make bigger vehicles to get them classified as trucks to save money. I mean, I wouldn't know. I'm a dumb car driver.
Sorry, everyone. Gotta get home and play my game.
This doesn't even touch on another nefarious tactic these sportsbooks use, limiting successful gamblers. If you lose often, there's no end to the promotions and offer you'll receive. But I'm gonna stop you right there. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm just a kid.
And I should not be driving this car.
What makes this feature especially useless is that like 70% of the suggestions are just some variation of, I don't know, cool video, but that a lot like Bird's shirt. I don't know what that is. I fell asleep while watching this video. 10 out of 10, very relaxing.
I don't even know what that means.
Interesting.
I don't know what that means.
Good.
What does that even mean?
The Kizik shoes were awful when I bought a pair. One of the only times I've ever returned an item.
I don't even know how they're supposed to work.
Shoes? I don't even know how shoes are supposed to work.
I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that is. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what Friday is, and I don't know what 13 is, and I don't know what a poll is, and I don't know what YouTube is.
It happens so often, I don't know if they're trying to speak for me or if they just don't know what's going on and felt compelled to tell me that. But it's funny because even if that was my genuine reaction to something, why would I need your help saying that? I'm so stupid that I can't even think of I don't know on my own. Good vid. I have nothing to add. Okay, then why even say anything?
Hey, so sorry to butt in here. I just wanted to say, I have no idea what you guys are talking about, okay?
That's fine. We weren't talking to you.
It's just hard for me to give my input when I don't even know what's going on.
Sure, but
we didn't really ask for your opinion.
Look, all I'm saying is, next time you guys come crawling to me for advice, try cluing me in a bit first. I don't even know who you are.
You covered this topic in such a compassionate and dignified way, and I feel like it'll really help a lot of young people who may be struggling or may not have realized the hole they're digging. You're a really good friend to your viewers.
I don't even know what that means, but it makes me feel good, so Thank you. Tarzan-ass response.
Hi, Mr. Drew Gooden. It's good seeing you around. Who? Who the fuck is this Drew guy? Drew's got like every YouTube essayist that I watch in one video. I don't even know who these people are, to be honest. My friends? I don't know who my friends are?
That would have been an insane video to make if I didn't know those people.
The AI just thinks I'm stupid because it's stupid too. This person says, I'm a bit north of Florida. I live right next to Florida. Got it, okay. So you're in Florida? Come on, man. They gave you 2 chances to figure it out and you still couldn't do it. And if I'm not being the dumbest person who's ever lived, I'm instead replying to compliments with things like, yeah, I know. Good vid. Yeah, it was hilarious. I'm funny as fuck. Such an important and relevant video. Thank you.
Yeah, I know it's a big deal.
Thank you for this video.
Yeah, I know it's a big deal.
Glad you made this video. We needed it.
You're telling me, man. How do we get me to make more videos like this?
It's really funny that they want me to be both a massive narcissist and a complete moron. Not that that's an impossible or even rare combination to pull off, but you're not doing me any favors by bestowing it upon me. And if that wasn't bad enough, some of these suggestions are just so mean for no reason. Kurt's dad's review getting Drew to buy the pool table and outdoor net is a lovely little crossover. I've never even watched that guy's videos. Why would I listen to him?
I got this one for my cat from Amazon.
I know that the segment about replacing Mr. Rogers and teaching children good values was a bit, but honestly, I started watching your videos like 7 years at the age of 9. I'm about to turn 17 now, and I can say with confidence that your videos probably helped not only shape my humor, but my values as well. Obviously, your videos weren't the only thing teaching me morals, but I think they played a big part in my thoughts and opinions.
I know it was a bit. Dumbass.
Drew, please make these videos again. I love your commentary.
I don't know what you're talking about.
But it's weird that you're watching my videos.
Get the hell out of here, man.
Oh my God, this one they didn't even try. They just said, that's a really long comment.
I don't really care.
What, even the AI couldn't be bothered to read all that? That's its only job. If you wanted someone to read 1/8 of a comment and then give up on it because they got bored, I'm perfectly capable of doing that myself. This person commented, great video on my video, AI is ruining the internet, and that's always good to hear. But here's how YouTube thinks I should respond to this comment. I can either say,
I know, right?
Can you believe how good I am at YouTube? Or I can say, you know what else is ruining the internet? Which is honestly insane. Like, am I implying that this person is ruining the internet?
That's how you want me to respond to a compliment?
Not only is this a ridiculous suggestion, but I think I might have accidentally revealed how their comment algorithm works. Remember when people figured out that Google's search AI was sourcing a lot of its information from random Reddit threads? Well, they must also be doing that for this comment feature, because you know what else is ruining the internet is a word-for-word title from a Reddit post about my video. Only in this context, the implication is that people who leech off of the work of others by posting low-effort reaction videos are ruining the internet. And in this context, one of my own viewers is ruining the internet by enjoying my video.
Thanks for the suggestion, AI.
Also, I wonder if a lot of these suggestions are mean because they're using transcripts of my videos to train the bot. And maybe because I tend to be angry when I rant about certain things, they've transferred that energy towards my viewers, which is hilarious. Like, just because I complained about how shitty modern cars are doesn't mean I also want to yell at everybody who says something nice to me. Sometimes the AI will overcompensate for all of the anger and narcissism by instead going way too far in the other direction and making it sound like I hate myself. Good video. Is it? Is it a good video? Or are you just saying that? Thank you for making this video. It's really good.
Not sure why you would think that. This is the worst video I've ever made.
I hope more people see this. Good work as always, Drew.
No, this is my worst video yet. I can't even remember what the hell I was thinking when I made this video. I don't even know why I'm still on YouTube anymore.
This person says, Jesus loves you. And the AI says, not much.
No, Jesus could never love a guy like me.
I know his whole thing is like, he loves everybody or whatever, but for me, it's just the bare minimum amount. Wow, thanks YouTube algorithm. It's just a video of me talking about a phone I don't even own. It's not that deep. First of all, relax, all right? You don't have to take everything so personally. Second of all, this isn't a video of me talking about a phone. It's a poll I posted 7 years ago. Or sorry, 3 years ago? Oh no, actually 2 days ago. But it was supposed to come out 10 years ago. Or never mind, it was 7 years ago, back when I was still a child. And you may think 2017 was 7 years ago, but that's not the year that came to mind to me, because as we all know, it's 2023. What would we do without this technology? All right, the last thing I wanted to talk about in this video isn't something that's happening by YouTube, but just something I'm seeing more and more of on YouTube. These AI-generated trailers to movies that do not exist and hopefully never will. Interstellar 2, Resident Evil 4, Skyrim.
The Dragonborn, born with the power to command the voice of the dragon.
I think I'll be watching that one in theaters. Some people see these and get excited, some people see them and get pissed. What the hell did I just watch? It's crazy how popular some of these have gotten. This Titanic 2 trailer has 8 million views. I'll give him a little bit of credit. It is kind of funny. The idea that not only did Jack actually survive the crash, but he and Rose meet back up and decide to go on another Titanic.
What's stopping us?
You're serious.
Well, here we go again to find answers. I'm pretty sure we already know how the boat sank. Iceberg. Home Alone 3, Kevin's Revenge will blow your mind. Does he even need revenge? Didn't he practically kill everyone already in the first two? Unless, of course, he's getting revenge on his parents for leaving him alone in the first place. Now that I would understand. Also, he's a grown man now. He can be home alone. That's not some dire situation. I do that all the time, and I almost never have to defend my home from bandits. You got Transformers 8, where Dwayne Johnson appears to be a Transformer. Do you think he transforms into a giant fighting robot, or is he like a regular guy that transforms into The Rock? Wait a second, there are no Transformers 6 and 7 live-action movie. I confuse. iRobot 2 will blow your mind, because the robots have boobs now. Actually, kind of seems like AI cleavage in the thumbnail is sort of the meta. What if character people like, but with big boobs? And if you thought a bunch of dudes wouldn't be weirdly turned on by this, you were wrong. AI girls are something else. You know, I think this misguided horny person might have accidentally described them perfectly. Because they're not human, and they're not even really animated women. They're kind of just something else. Now, people getting tricked by fake movie trailers is not a new phenomenon. This has been happening for years. And I'll hand it to some of the people who've edited these. They can be pretty convincing. It takes a lot of time to stitch together a bunch of scenes from different movies and combine them all in a somewhat seamless way. I think what really blows my mind, though, is how unedited a lot of these AI trailers are. How many of them are just lifeless montages of all the characters being introduced one by one.
I'm Count Dracula, the proud owner of Hotel Transylvania. This is my darling daughter, Mavis.
Over here is Mr. Potato Head.
You can't forget about Stewie, my baby boy.
Let's not forget about Butters.
Have you ever seen a movie trailer like this? And if you did, would you want to watch that movie? My name is Tyler, and this is my Fight Club. Yeah, we may seem a little rough around the edges, but if you take the time to get to know us, you'll find we have hearts of gold. I love this Toy Story one that has Margot Robbie as Barbie.
She's not just a pretty face, no sir.
And Ryan Gosling as Ken, but instead of using any of the already existing footage of them as those characters, they made this. And I'm really sorry for making you look at that, but I had to pass the curse on to someone else. It was too much to bear on my own. Visually, these are hideous to look at. The scripts are so boring, they sound like a 5-year-old wrote them.
You might know me as the boy who lived, but trust me, I'm just Harry.
A lot of the sentences seem to just end in the middle.
Narcissa Malfoy. Where do I even begin? She's a member of one of the most influential wizarding families, the Malfoys. We've also got Draco Malfoy.
Where do I even begin? Well, she has a family. And Draco's crazy too. This next one is also exactly the same. Star Wars Modern, which answers the question, what if they were still making Star Wars content? I can't even imagine what that would be like. I love this part about a minute in where the music has been slowly crescendoing as they show actor after actor, and right when it reaches its peak, this happens. They just continue showing names. This whole video is pretty much just 6 straight minutes of what if every celebrity was in this movie? And the comments are all like, you nailed it, man. Disney could learn a thing or two from you. Look, I certainly don't think Disney has done a good job with Star Wars. In fact, they've almost completely botched it. But do you think the only reason they don't cast all of the most famous people in the world to be in their movies is just because no one thought to do that? This movie would cost $4 billion to make. Also, superior storytelling. What story? This whole video was just a bunch of people standing still. You think that's a better story than what they're doing on Disney Plus? Actually, no, you're probably right about that. If Kenobi was just Ewan McGregor slowly rotating in front of the camera, now that would have been a good show. When I watch stuff like this and read the comments, I feel like I just don't understand anything anymore. I can't fathom how someone can watch a video that's just a vague collage of unrelated images with no plot, no through line, no anything, and be like, Hollywood's done for. Who needs real movies when I could just watch this all day? Guys, I hate to say it, but I'm starting to think some people might be stupid. Sorry, that's not fair to say. I don't think some people might be stupid. I know that a lot of people are stupid because this next video I'm about to show you has almost 30 million views. It's called No One Could Hold Back Tears Boy Shakes Up Got Talent 2024 with song to his mother lost in a boat, AGT.
My mom passed away when we were crossing the river in a boat. She was my best friend. This song is for her.
They also did a few of these with Jesus.
Hello, my name is Jesus Christ.
I was falling from the skies, the world a blur. Chaos all around.
So there are people on this earth who watch this video and think, how beautiful is that? Barbara, did you hear? Jesus himself took a trip down from heaven to appear as a contestant on the television show America's Got Talent, where he sang a song for 32 minutes. I really want to believe that in spite of corporations doing everything they can to circumvent artists and shove generative AI down our throats, that we as a human race would all band together to reject it because we're smarter than that. But then I see something like this and I'm like, are we? Are we smarter than that? Something happened earlier this month that I'm honestly still kind of shocked by. There's a YouTube channel called JCS Criminal Psychology that chances are you've watched at least one video of, even if you don't know them by name. They make these videos where they break down criminal interrogations and provide insight into what's going on, some of which have gotten tens of millions of views. And I've always thought very highly of this channel. Not only do they make high quality videos that pioneered an entire genre on YouTube, but they've always been very deliberate about what they upload. I mean, they've only posted 21 videos in 5 years. Where so many YouTubers would have milked that formula dry, and a lot of their copycats have, JCS seem to have the quality over quantity mindset, and I've always respected that. So imagine my surprise when earlier this month, after a 1.5 year long hiatus, JCS comes back with a video that immediately feels off. There's these weird animations they've never done before, the style of humor seems different, but most glaringly, there's something wrong with the narrator's voice.
Unlucky Josh, wrong answer. You just told on yourself in your own made-up story, and you're going to jail no matter what.
Why does he sound like that? I mean, it's the same voice, but it doesn't sound like a person. It sounds like AI. Sure enough, it is. And everyone fucking hated it. It's unwatchable. Turns out snarky quips don't work when the computer-generated narration is incapable of conveying snark. The best part is 43 minutes into the video where the voice changes to a completely different one.
The other narrator will now be taking you through the second phase of his interrogation.
Just imagine being Josh right now. One moment you're in dreamland and the next you're jolted back into interrogation room reality.
I guess his free trial ran out. I sat there in awe when I first saw this. I could not believe what I was seeing. This channel had about as high of an approval rating as you could have on YouTube and just threw out years worth of goodwill so they could, what, save a few $100 on narration? Maybe he thought it wasn't that big of a deal because there's already so much AI slop on YouTube.
Bumbling through brush, my botanical escapade continues. Snagged on leaves, but hey, more crafting supplies, jackpot.
Including in the true crime space. I mean, there's videos with hundreds of thousands of views that aren't just narrated by AI and written by AI and filled with AI-generated visuals, but the stories themselves aren't even fucking real. Secret affair between cheerleader and the coach ends in brutal murder. True crime documentary.
Beginning in the fall of 2013 at Brookhaven High School, Nathan Ellis, the new basketball coach at Brookhaven High School. She was the star cheerleader of Brookhaven High School.
Even though this is fiction, it's a scenario that could easily play out in real life. Okay, then don't call it true crime. Call it what it really is. false crime. This is so fucking weird and gross that we're so obsessed with hearing about gruesome murder cases that we need a computer to make up new ones because we can't get enough. It already feels like a lot of these stories get trivialized because of the way people treat them like casual entertainment rather than something terrible that actually happened to a real person. So fuck it, I guess. Might as well have ChatGPT write the whole thing.
Rumors started circulating that Sergio Vega had been murdered.
Wonderful. The script is just so good, and the voiceover sounds very interesting.
But without a doubt, the most upsetting development on YouTube happened to my favorite channel, Talents Number One. This guy used to make the sickest videos. He would edit himself into America's Got Talent, and he'd have the whole audience freaking out as all these green screened video assets played on stage. It was the best thing I've ever seen. Now it's just a bunch of creepy AI nightmare fuel. Even the audience is booing, and he edited that himself. It's times like these where it's important to remind myself that there's a whole world outside the internet. And sometimes all you have to do to get away from the craziness is log out. Step outside, get some food. Ugh, I'm so hungry. Let's see what's on Uber Eats. Looks really good. God, I just hope this restaurant isn't a big windowless gray building. It is! I love living in the future. Happy New Year, everyone.
If you like this video and want to see more content like this, don't forget to subscribe because that is the only way you can appreciate me for my work. It actually took me time to come up with this content and make it for you guys, so I would appreciate it if I get some love.
Hey guy, I want to start this video by telling you about something very dumb that I did recently, and I'm going to preface the story by saying that this was entirely my fault. There are probably 50 things I could have done differently to avoid what ended up happening, but I didn't. And that's on me. So I got a new car last month. For most of my adult life, I've been driving a 2012 Honda Civic that I bought from CarMax in 2015. I'll never forget the day I rolled up to my job at Popeyes and felt like the coolest guy in the parking lot. Took the Max part of the sticker off so it just said car on the back. Had a lot of fun back then. And even though this car was very reliable for pretty much the entire time I had it, it was starting to show its age, and I got to a point where I kind of just wanted something that felt nicer to be in. So I splurged a little bit, traded it in for one of the coolest sports cars on the market right now, a 2021 Hyundai Sonata. Now that's not the dumb part. There are so many things about this car that are massive upgrades over what I had before. There's a rear view camera, there's blind spot indicators, I don't have to plug my phone in anymore to play music, it beeps at me if I move 1 inch in either direction on the highway. It's a great car. But there are also things about cars made in the past decade that aren't necessarily better, they're just different. For one, why as a society did we get rid of the Prindle? I have spent the past 15 years of my life building the muscle memory of yanking around my car's joystick to tell it where to go, and now it's just buttons? And I don't have the muscle memory for that. I'm starting to develop some due to time passing, but for the first couple weeks I owned this car, I would have to stop looking this way so I could look down and see where the backwards button is. So that brings me to my story. 6 days after I bought this car, I was leaving a U-Haul storage facility and the exit gate was open. Now I've been there enough to know that sometimes, even though the exit gate is supposed to close, it'll just not. So I gave it a couple seconds, decided, yeah, it's gonna stay open, and started driving forward. And you will never guess what happened the exact moment I made that decision. Yeah, gate started closing. So naturally I'm like, uh-oh, this gate is going to hit my new used car. I should move out of the way. So I hit the reverse button, start accelerating, and my car moves forward. Now, if you've ever been operating a motor vehicle that starts moving in the opposite direction that you intended it to, you probably know about the panic that sets in. And I was running out of time. I could feel the gate inching nearer and nearer. So in the heat of the moment, I very wisely decided to do the exact same thing that didn't work the first time. I hit the reverse button, hit the gas pedal, and once again, my car moves forward. At this point, the only thing I've managed to do is get more in the path of the gate. And before I could try my foolproof strategy a third time, it crashed into the side of my car and the alarm went off and it made a big old scratch that'll probably cost a couple $100 to get buffed out and repainted. I don't know the exact amount yet because I'm too embarrassed to tell anyone what happened. Anyway, I've had about a month now to process this, and I'm of two minds. On one hand, it is kind of hilarious that I waited 9 years to buy a new car and I couldn't even get through 1 full week without fucking it up. I would love to see the security footage of me stopping in front of a closing gate, quickly accelerating, stopping, accelerating again, stopping again, before getting out and yelling, "God damn it!" It probably looked really funny. But then, on the other hand, I am kind of like, well, what the fuck happened? Because, like, I know that I hit the reverse button 2 separate times, and both times my car just decided not to do it.
I tried recreating this exact scenario in a parking lot to pinpoint exactly where I went wrong, and my best guess is just that I hit the accelerator and the reverse button at the same time, which triggered the car's computer to be like, hey, you can't do that. You're gonna hurt the transmission. Let's hurt the side of the car instead.
And like, it's a good thing that there's a mechanism in place to prevent the car from changing gears when you're moving too quickly. If I hit the reverse button while driving 70 miles per hour down the highway, I actually would want my car to ignore that. I'm pretty sure there was a similar mechanism in my old car. The difference is, though, that if this exact scenario happened while I was driving that one, there would have been physical feedback to tell me it was still in drive, and maybe I would have been less likely to floor it twice. In order to get the same confirmation from a button, you have to press it, look down at the dashboard, find the part that indicates what gear the car is in, process that information, and then react accordingly. And even if you can do all that very quickly, it still takes longer to send that information to your brain than if you can just feel where your hand is. And again, I'm the dumbass here. There are so many things I could have done differently. If I had just immediately accelerated as soon as I got to the gate, I would have made it through with time to spare. I also could have taken 3 extra seconds to just type my code in. I even could have stayed in bed all day and never gone anywhere near this gate, and that would have been a better decision too. But unfortunately, I didn't do any of those things. I did this, and I'm gonna have to live with that for the rest of my life. But my funny little mishap got me thinking about all these things I've seen over the past couple of years of people getting screwed over by like modern features in their cars, and it made me want to do some research about it. And my takeaway is that while it would be untrue to say that cars have gotten worse, I do think they've gotten dumber.
I looked up why cars made the shift from the Prindle stick to just buttons, or a touchscreen on the ceiling, or a wheel that's right next to the volume knob that hopefully has never caused a hilarious but unfortunate accident. And it turns out the main reason is just that the stick is not necessary anymore, because you're not physically changing the gear, you're just telling the car's computer what to do. Which, like, I get it, you know, I'm not here to stand in the way of progress. I just think that if you have to create a new problem in order to fix something that wasn't really a problem to begin with, you're not being as innovative as you might think you are. Without a doubt, my biggest personal gripe with how cars are made now is touchscreen dashboards. Almost 80% of new cars in 2022 had some kind of touchscreen display built into it. It's just the norm now. And on the surface, it seems like an improvement. I mean, obviously this is more advanced technology than this. Gross. I bet this one doesn't even have 12 different menus I can flip through to try to figure out how to get my turn signals on. It just doesn't make much sense to me when there's already such a massive increase in distracted driving and accidents and deaths that happen because of it, that they're adding this thing into cars that you literally have to look at to be able to use. There's a Swedish magazine that ran this test a couple years ago where they had people drive 12 different cars down the highway and timed how long it took for them to complete the same series of tasks in each of them. And the winner by far was a 2005 Volvo. Now, this doesn't mean that 2005 Volvo is the best car. It just means that for basic tasks like changing a radio station or turning the AC on, physical buttons that you can memorize the location of are the quickest and safest way to do those things. You don't have to look away from the road to be able to find where the button is. I think ideally modern cars are built with the right combination of actual buttons for basic tasks and the touchscreen for more advanced features, most of which you don't really need to use while driving anyway. And it does seem like some of the companies that maybe over-embraced this technology a few years ago have started to peel back and find a happy medium. But what absolutely drives me crazy is cars that have consolidated the entire dashboard into one giant iPad. Windshield wipers?
We put it on the touchscreen.
Want to turn the air down a little bit?
We put it on the touchscreen.
I think the irony of these kinds of interfaces is that they give the illusion of luxury. This certainly seems like the more innovative option
until you realize that the main reason they're so prevalent in cars now is because it is the cheapest way to build one.
It actually costs a lot of money to engineer all of these buttons and switches and to have the wiring. Doing all of that in software is a lot cheaper.
It is more expensive to produce actual knobs and buttons than it is to just throw every function onto one screen, make it compatible with Apple CarPlay, and call it a day. And then when something goes wrong, it's just a software problem. We'll figure it out. Or maybe we have to replace the entire thing and it's gonna be $4,000. Who's to say? And I didn't even mention the fact that if the screen does end up malfunctioning in a car that's entirely reliant on it, it's not just a minor inconvenience, it means you can't drive the car until it gets fixed. Some of the extra hoops I've seen people have to jump through in order to accomplish basic tasks now are mind-boggling. You know how sometimes you have the AC on, but it ends up blasting right into your hand, so you have to reach over and change the direction of the vent? Well, that's fucking dumb, okay? That's how a caveman would do it. It makes way more sense to go on over to the car tablet, find the AC control button, select the air vent you want to change, and then drag it where you want it to go, all while barreling through a school zone. While watching a bunch of videos of car dashboards, I happened upon this 1989 Toyota, and there's something so beautiful about it. Look at that subtle burgundy interior, the tasteful thickness of those buttons. Oh my God, it even has a seatbelt. But I'm aware that I'm over-romanticizing the past a little bit, because if I truly wanted a car that looked like this, I could have just bought one. Like, I do want modern features. I do want a car that's able to do the things that my phone can do. But if these things are implemented in a way that forces you to look away from the road in order to be able to use them, I think we should reconsider how we got here. Cars have been around for about 100 years now, and it kind of seems like maybe we figured out the best way to make them and ran out of ways to meaningfully innovate. But that doesn't really work when you're trying to get people to buy a new one every single year, so you have to find something you can add to make it seem like there's been a big improvement. Things like door handles that retract into the car, which I guess is cool.
I don't know if I've ever thought of the handle sticking out 3/4 of an inch as being an issue, but I'll admit it adds some sleekness to the car, and it's not like it's making things worse, right? What's that? If it gets too cold outside, the handles don't work anymore? Yeah, no, I could see how that might not be great.
Tesla fixed this problem with a software update last October. You can just press this to pop the door open when the door handles are frozen.
Great news, everyone. We've updated the app so you can now get into your car during the winter. So consider that problem solved.
But didn't you create the problem in the first place?
We're actually not taking any questions at this time.
My favorite thing about these door handles is no matter how many times I get an Uber driver that's in a Tesla, I don't know how to get inside. I'm sure it's very simple, but clearly I'm struggling enough as it is. One thing I haven't seen as many people talk about, but has driven me crazy for the past few years is headlights are getting brighter, right? Like, that's not just me. I cannot tell you how many times I've been driving down a 2-lane road at night and a car passes me with headlights so unbelievably bright, I cannot see anything for like 10 seconds. Hopefully I'm still in my lane. I guess I'll find out soon. Now, this is one of those things that's a double-edged sword, right? Because in theory, brighter headlights should make driving safer because visibility is improved. But I feel like it has to negate a little bit of the safety when those headlights don't just hit the road and instead shine directly into the eyes of oncoming drivers. I looked it up, and the two things that are causing this are, one, manufacturers using LEDs now instead of the softer and yellower halogen bulbs from the last couple decades. LEDs tend to be brighter and more compact, so they hit even harder when you're staring down the barrel of one.
Oh, this one for sure.
But the other reason for this is a byproduct of something that I think is in itself a problem, which is that cars are so much bigger now than they've ever been. So if you're driving a sedan in the opposite lane of a brand new Suburban, those lights are gonna have to go through your eyeballs in order to hit the road. There's something a little paradoxical about the safety of cars now, where they are much safer than they've ever been, while also posing more of a threat than they ever have. A brand new truck may have great safety ratings because it's twice as big as every other car around it, But now every other car around it has to worry about getting demolished by a truck that's twice as big as them. Pedestrian deaths in America have skyrocketed over the past decade, and I don't think it's a coincidence that that's happening while cars continue to get taller and heavier for mostly no reason other than because they can, because there's no regulations stopping them from doing it. And if a truck being way bigger than it needs to be is what convinces someone to sign up for a $1,200 a month car payment, why would those car companies have any incentive to stop? It's created this cycle where I think a lot of people feel like the only way forward is to fight fire with fire. Everyone else has a giant car, well, I guess I need to get one for myself. I remember seeing this post a few months ago where this guy talked about how lucky he was to have been driving in such a gargantuan SUV when he got in an accident because he and his family were able to walk away unharmed. And obviously, that's great that they're okay. This could have ended very tragically, and I'm happy that it didn't. But for someone to see this and their takeaway to be, see, this is why everyone should buy the biggest SUV they can because it's the only way to keep your family safe. You're not taking into account the fact that in a lot of cases, these giant trucks and SUVs are the danger.
Since the introduction of SUVs, there has been a massive increase in what are called front overs. A person, usually a child, getting run over by an SUV by a driver who can't even see them. Over a 10-year period, over 500 American children were killed by being run over by SUVs.
I mean, shit, why stop here? I think every American citizen should drive around in a military-grade tank. Yeah, we might run over a few more kids, but as long as they're not my kids, who gives a shit? Now, of course, I cannot make a video about cars that are bigger than they need to be, and dumber than they need to be, and more dangerous than they need to be, without talking about the one that lies squarely in the cross-section of that Venn diagram, the Tesla Cybertruck.
Welcome to the Cybertruck unveil. It is literally bulletproof. Ultra hard stainless steel. Really hard. Of course, it will come with autopilot standard. Franz, could you try to break this glass, please? Oh my fucking god.
So this awesome car, which looks like when you first boot up a video game and not all of the textures have loaded in yet, was announced a couple years ago as starting at $40,000. Fast forward to today. Anyone who is driving one of these right now, the bare minimum that I've seen any of them spend 100 grand. One of the biggest reasons for this absolutely bonkers price jump is this $20,000 foundation fee. That's right, there's an additional fee tacked on that is almost as much as what I spent on my entire car. So you're probably dying to know what that bonus gets you. Well, some people who paid for it don't even seem to know.
$20,000 for it being a foundation series. Now, I don't know what that really means or anything, but yeah, I paid it because I wanted the truck.
So at first I thought it was just that it says the word foundation on it, which would be really funny. But apparently most of what that fee is meant to be attributed to is the self-driving feature that you would otherwise have to pay a separate monthly fee to access.
Of course, it will come with autopilot standard.
Now, one tiny little thing to note about this feature is that it is not available yet, and no one can even hazard a guess as to when it will be. So as it currently stands, the only thing this $20,000 fee gives you is priority access to a car that's littered with problems.
Oh shit. Oh, we already broke it. All right, so my Cybertruck is completely broken. My foot is on the floor and it's not moving.
This gear selector at the top, it just dropped down. Something's going on with the windshield. What? I got all these warnings I never seen before. I'm trying to open up the trunk. It won't respond. I'm going back and forth trying to close it. It won't close. It won't close. It won't close. When the tailgate's down, the camera's showing you the street. I have had enough.
At this point, I think I know more about manufacturing than anyone currently alive on Earth.
I have to say, I have really enjoyed watching videos lately from people who may or may not be in denial about the absurd amount of money wasted on this stupid car. They'll make these update videos where they complain about so many things they hate about it, and then be like, and that's why it's a perfect car. And I have no regrets.
This car is definitely worth the hype. This thing right here is a fingerprint magnet. I just got my car washed yesterday and there's still water spots. I noticed that my roof was starting to come off. Their navigation system sucks. It's rusting on the inside. It was like this when I picked it up. I definitely think it's worth $100,000.
So included with the Foundation series, you get all weather floor mats, and if you look right up here, there's a little Cybertruck logo.
Wait, did you say floor mats for all weather? Well, never mind then. They should have charged an extra $50,000. Sorry, I should be more sensitive. These people are going through enough right now. It's bad enough their car is falling apart, but they're also getting relentlessly bullied. Cyber clown trucks for stupid. Give it to the stupid clown to spend their life away. And this guy just said gay truck. That's like a truck owner's worst nightmare. I will say one thing I do really love about this car is that the rear view mirror doesn't work. Its view is completely obstructed most of the time. I mean, if you want, you can just look down at the screen at the rear view camera, but that also becomes useless if it gets even a little bit dirty. And isn't driving through dirt kind of the whole point of having a truck? That's all they do in commercials. Now, if off-roading is the thing you want to do in this truck, good luck, because it doesn't seem to know how to do that.
My friend in the 4Runner wanted to take that incline challenge, and he killed it. The Subaru also went up that incline. The Cybertruck did not make it up that incline. And once we got to about the middle of the incline, it would stop. We tried airing down to 30 PSI, but it still did not make it up the hill.
Also, you're not gonna believe this, but part of his car broke while he was doing this. How does this keep happening? To be fair though, look how easily it navigates this puddle of mud. I mean, if I tried to drive through that in my old Civic, I literally would have drowned. But this truck can do things that I've never seen any vehicle do before. Yes, technically, this road is paved, but they're still in the woods. That's gotta count for something. This truly is the all-in-one vehicle. You can drive out in the middle of nowhere and sleep there if you want. It even comes with its own tent that you can attach to the back of the truck for an additional $3,000. Now, considering you can get a pretty big tent for like $100, you'd probably assume that this thing is decked out with premium features. No, it's just a tent. A 1-inch thin mattress, a couple of straps, a zipper that barely works. But since it's an official Tesla product, you know you're getting that signature high-quality engineering.
Oh, that didn't sound good.
It's broken.
It even comes with a bicycle pump, so you can spend 10 minutes manually blowing it up. For $3,000, you should be able to hit a button and watch this thing assemble itself. It is crazy to me how much they're able to overcharge for the most basic shit. Cosmetically, this stainless steel, absolutely gorgeous. It does pick up the occasional fingerprint if you touch it at all. But as long as you don't get in the car or anywhere near the car, you've got nothing to worry about. And if it does get a little spotty, not a problem, just take it through a car wash. But if you do that, make sure you put it on car wash mode first, otherwise it'll break the truck and void your warranty.
The Cybertruck does not work anymore. Listen to the noise this thing makes. That has a weird popping sound. So what did I do different? Today I went to the beach, took it through the car wash, make sure all the sand's off. Then I pulled it in the garage and nothing.
This thing is practically invincible. You can hit it with a hammer. You can hit it with a shopping cart. But if it gets any bugs on it, you need to clean that off immediately or you will ruin it forever. The Cybertruck is also famously bulletproof for some reason, although I'm not really sure why they've made that one of the primary selling points.
When you shoot a normal truck, the bullets go in one side, straight through, and out the other side. You cannot hide behind the vehicle to be safe, so it's something to keep in mind.
Keep in mind for what? Who are you marketing this car to? John Wick? The things they chose to prioritize while making this truck are baffling to me. Who gives a shit that it's bulletproof if the material they had to use to make it that way makes it so razor sharp you cut your hand every time you open the door? Who cares how strong the interior is if it can't even get wet? They're calling it a car made for any planet. Guys, why don't we start with making it work on this one? As far as safety goes, I've seen conflicting reports about this. There's a crash that happened between a Cybertruck and a Toyota Corolla, and if you look at the photos from the accident, you might think, wow, this truck is invincible. It barely got a scratch on it. Meanwhile, the guy in the Corolla is probably seriously hurt, right? No, he's fine. The problem with this rigid outer body is that cars are designed to crumple in an accident. That's their way of absorbing as much force as possible. If your car doesn't crumple, that force will be passed on to the passengers inside of it. So while the Cybertruck may look like the world's most indestructible car, a lot of people who know more about physics than I do aren't so sure this is a good thing. I think what Tesla has done the most successfully with this truck is make it so their target audience doesn't care about any of these problems. I've seen people online who are actively enduring nightmare situations still go out of their way to defend this company. Cybertruck broke down on my first road trip with my family, lost the back motor and was unable to drive, had to get it towed 2 hours back home. First year problems. Always good to wait a year or two on a brand new model. I know this as an early 3/Y owner, but man, come on. Had to grab the Cybertruck. No, you didn't. And it definitely seems like you shouldn't have. I found this guy on Twitter whose experience perfectly encapsulates the Cybertruck launch. His truck broke Pretty much immediately, he got that patented flashing red critical service error. Couldn't even drive it, had to pull over. Since then, it's been in the shop for weeks with no word on how long it's gonna take to fix. There's apparently at least 10 different things wrong with it. Wire harness needs replacement, ripple in windshield, driver's seat rubbing on center console, headliner sagging, chip and foundation series dashboard trim, mobile connector provided with Cybertruck not charging the truck past 6 amps, front misalignment, one side is higher, rear side arch misalignment sticking up. It could be another month before this guy gets his $100,000 car back. In the meantime, they're making up for all the trouble they've caused him by letting him borrow a regular Model 3 Tesla, which he himself described as being filthy with a strong, unpleasant odor that has persisted even after he went to the trouble of cleaning it inside and out. And it is fascinating to watch this guy, who has been absolutely fucked by Tesla, continue to go to war on Elon's behalf. People often criticize what they don't fully grasp, but the moment you take the wheel of a Cybertruck, everything changes. You'll quickly discover that all other trucks pale in comparison, becoming obsolete in the Cybertruck's shadow. Hey guys, it's been like 2 weeks since you took my car. Are you almost done fixing it, or? They've got it all twisted. Instead of comparing the Cybertruck to other trucks, they should compare the other EV truck's features and capabilities to those of the Cybertruck. Then it becomes clear just how superior the Cybertruck is and how the other trucks are stuck in the dinosaur era. Hey, my car has been in the shop for its entire life so far. Do you think I'm ever gonna be able to drive it again? While other trucks are busy playing catch up, the Cybertruck is already in the future, being the undisputed champion. Hating on the Cybertruck might get you more engagement and clicks, but I'll never fake it to make it. I love my Cybertruck. Really wish I could get my truck back this weekend. Still no update. Dude, if I was this guy, I would be furious. He has every right to be pissed off here, but he seems to be more mad at the people telling him he's been scammed than at the company that actually scammed him. I've spent so much time this month watching videos of people driving this car and talking about this car and hating on this car, but at the end of the day, it's not fair for me to fully judge something that I've never even seen in person, let alone actually driven. Sure, I can pick and choose clips that fit the argument I'm trying to make, but can I really condemn something I've never even stepped foot inside? No. But then I found out there's an app you can use to rent other people's cars for a day, so I spent $700 to pretend I own a Cybertruck.
Love that sound. This is my nightmare. Everything on this screen, nothing's here. I don't like how many buttons I have to press to like turn the AC off. For a truck as big as this is, I don't love how sensitive everything is. The steering wheel, you barely have to turn it. You don't need to brake. I instinctively, when I'm slowing down, I want to take my foot off the accelerator and brake, but it brakes when you let go of the accelerator, so it's like really jerky. I guess I would get used to that if I drove it more often, but so far it's just like, I feel like I'm really drawing a lot of attention to myself. Going to a Costco parking lot, probably a bad idea. Everyone is turning and looking.
When I drive, I do not want to be perceived or looked at.
That guy right there is stopping to look at us right now.
Another Tesla is looking at us.
He's like, ah, my big brother.
When we got inside Costco though, something weird happened. People stopped looking at me. I had to get out of there as soon as possible.
Look at all these normies. Only I'm in the Cybertruck. Okay, so many steps to open the mirror. They have something called karaoke. Look at me, took me, shook me, feeling me, singing from heart. Like a lot of reviewers said, you cannot use this rearview mirror. It is just complete darkness in there. It is very smooth to drive. It doesn't feel like you're driving a giant truck, but I kind of wish it did. If you forget that your car weighs 7,000 pounds and you're driving it like it doesn't, like I just feel like it's way too easy to accelerate as fast as you can and slice someone in half, which I'd rather not do.
It was a beautiful spring day outside, so the next thing on my agenda was a romantic picnic in the park with my lovely wife.
What's wrong? You've hardly touched your cereal. If you don't want Cinnamon Toast Crunch, I got a banana instead. I've driven a little bit now. I'm pretty sure every time I've parked and gotten out so far, I've left the car on because I don't know how to turn it off. There's not like a button or anything, but I finally figured out, it's very intuitive. You hit this, and then was it safety, right? And then you scroll all the way down, and you wanna scroll past Joe mode. Don't put it on Joe mode. Then you just hit power off, and then that's it.
And that's how you turn off the Cybertruck.
Getting the truck to fit into my garage was a lot closer of a call than I expected it to be. If I did own this car, this would be quite the fun little adventure to get to go on every single day.
And that's how you park a Tesla Cybertruck in your garage.
Despite all my issues with the truck, the more I drove it around the city and felt the enamored stares from mesmerized bystanders, I was reminded of what the guy I rented it from told me. You'll feel like a celebrity. And god damn it, he was right. I've never felt more popular. What, is that freaking Brad Pitt over there? Nope. Just little old me driving the best truck in the world.
Please, no pictures. I'm a regular person just like you.
I like the way this car makes me feel.
I don't care how much it costs. If it's not solid gold, I don't want it.
Hey, can I talk to you for a sec?
Sure, but make it quick.
Ever since you've been driving that car, you've been acting kind of weird.
How exactly do you mean?
You're like a completely different person now.
Oh, I see. You're jealous.
What?
You're jealous because I own the world's most awesome car.
You don't own the car. You're renting it for one day.
Oh, tell me how I knew you'd bring that up.
Because it's true, Drew.
I'm sorry, I can't deal with this right now. I need to go clear my head. I'm gonna take a nice scenic drive dangerously close to the edge of a cliff. We interrupt this slow motion car montage with some breaking news. Somehow the Cybertruck just got even dumber. Tesla has officially recalled all 3,800 of the vehicles due to a problem with the accelerator pedal. Turns out the pedal has a cheap plastic cover over it that's been fastened on so poorly, it's sliding off, getting lodged under the piece in front of it, and causing drivers to go as fast as this stupid car can go.
It held the accelerator down 100%. Full throttle.
This is a real thing that's actually happening. We here at Channel 300 News urge you, if your husband is about to drive one of these death traps near or around a cliff, you must go stop him. His life could be in danger.
Honey, I just saw on the news.
Who's a big, strong truck? That's right, you are. I had to give the truck back last night. It was one of the hardest moments of my life. Technically, I still had a few hours left on the rental, but Amanda said she felt weird or something. I don't know, it's all a blur. Final thoughts on the truck. I think it should cost $1 million, and I wish it had 2 accelerator pedals and no brakes so I could drive twice as fast and never have to stop. Please subscribe.
Drew, please peel off the protective coating from your LED lights. It's driving me crazy. What? I didn't know I could take this off. I thought this is just the color that it was. Man, I'm dumb as hell. I think I liked the blue better though, so I'm gonna put this back on. Perfect. The Dobre brothers. Everyone loves them, I assume, because they're always on the trending page. I am absolutely fascinated by the Dobre brothers and their career transformation. You remember watching them on Vine, and they would do like backflips in the grocery store and sort of piss off the people in the grocery store who assumed they wouldn't have to deal with twin boys doing backflips at the grocery store. I remember watching those Vines and seeing how popular they were and thinking, man, this sure is stupid. But I can at least take solace in knowing that when Vine dies, so will their careers. However, against all odds, that's not the case. The Dobre brothers are still succeeding and in fact thriving more than ever before on YouTube. And I understand that these guys have been talked about endlessly recently, especially with their music. So much so that you might look at a video like this and think, Drew, making a video about the Dobre brothers? Stop that. But the thing with these guys is there's just so much to talk about. There's so much content to sift through, and I'm gonna do my best to make sure that I talk about things that other people haven't talked about, or at least talk about them in different ways than other people have, because like I said, I'm fascinated by these guys. To properly analyze the Dobre brothers, I think we first need to discuss what they do well, because obviously they're very talented. You don't get 10 million subscribers without having talent. First and foremost, the Dobres have superhuman athletic ability. They can do backflips, they're pretty good dancers, they just did another backflip. They've also shown an ability to recover from injuries at a borderline miraculous pace. As you'll see in this video, we couldn't save him. So being the responsible yet fun-loving adults that they are, the Dobres have set up a course in their property for, I guess, their dune buggy. I don't actually know what vehicle that is. They make it clear to point out the fact that they're all very competitive and they're good at driving, but anything can happen. And anything does happen, because while Lucas is driving his, he has a bit of an accident.
3, 2, 1, go!
This whole thing is clearly not fake. It's definitely real. As you can see, they filmed the whole thing, and moments before the accident occurred, the drone died.
Man, it just died.
Oh, hate when that happens. But we can trust them. It's obviously a real accident.
You alright, bro?
I'm good.
They keep asking him what's wrong, and he finally says, "It's my knees."
What's my knee? Both my knees.
Take it easy, man.
Which is interesting because he's been putting all of his weight on his knees the entire time. But man, that's a tough injury for sure. I mean, I've never had something like that happen, but I imagine the recovery time for that's got to be weeks, maybe even like a month, or, oh, it's the next day and everything's fine. Oh, well, I guess there's that superhuman athletic ability I was talking about. This next video, the one that he's totally fine in the next day, is called Dog vs. Goat Gymnastics Challenge, and this has been on trending page for literally like 7 days now. In this video, you start to see more of what the Dobre brothers are good at. Getting back to my original list, something you'll notice in this is that these guys are masterful editors. You know, sometimes in a vlog, it can be tough to keep people's attention, so you have to throw in like good editing bits from time to time. They have a really funny bit in this video where there's no audio in this shot for some reason, and it goes on for like 12 seconds. But where the Dobre brothers really excel is as pranksters. These guys are masters of the prank. These guys have done every prank you could ever imagine. They've done scary clown pranks, they've done dropping their phone in water pranks, kissing pranks, pregnant grandma pranks, buying a plane prank, slime pranks, handcuff pranks, slime pranks, ball pit pranks. Did I mention slime pranks? These guys love slime. I'm gonna show you guys the highlights from all of these because there's great moments in every single one of them. But let's start with funny clown shower prank. This prank starts as any good prank should, with some undercover recon. So whichever one of the twins this is sends out a super secret and silent drone to do some discreet spying on the other twin. A foolproof plan so far, but god damn it, he sees the drone. How could he have noticed such an incredibly loud object flying inches from his face? Oh well, looks like this operation is gonna have to continue on foot. Can I just interject here to say how much I love the idea of trying to prank someone inside a giant glass house? There's so many shots in this video and in all the videos of like the cameraman and someone else pressed up against a huge window as if like they're not visible from the inside. You have to have the worst peripheral vision in the world to be standing next to a window and not notice a colorful human-sized clown getting into the window next to you. Like, you don't hear it, you don't see it. How is that possible? Hurry up! Because all of these videos are stretched out to exactly 10 minutes long, all of these shots like can't be condensed because then they wouldn't be long enough. So you have shots like this where he's like, shh, don't say anything, you know, thumbs up, like, and pointing, like, look, the guy's over there. Yeah, we know, we see him. Can you just get to the prank, please? I'm dying to see this prank. I love the timing on this. After all of this planning and buildup, the cameraman comes into the room way before the brother reveals himself as a clown. So the initial prank is just like, haha, I'm filming you.
What are you doing?
And there's just like this awkward part where the cameraman is waiting for the brother to reveal himself so he's not just like being this weirdo who's just filming this naked boy.
What are you doing? Just wait. What are you doing?
Oh, what? You thought you could rub lotion on yourself in the Dobre house without getting disturbed? No. Here's another good prank. I trapped my twin brother inside a giant bubble ball.
What's up, guys? I'm gonna trap him in a big giant ball so he can never get out. He can never get out. Lucas, if you're watching this, you're never gonna get out of the ball.
Lucas, if you're watching this from inside the ball, you're never getting out of that ball.
I'm gonna trap him in there and keep him there. All right, let's do it.
I love that he's going through the logistics again of his incredibly simple plan. Okay, I'm gonna put him in the ball, but then what? Oh yeah, then he's gonna stay inside the ball.
What's up, Lucas? What are you guys doing? We're both gonna get in this ball.
So the conceit of this prank is that they're gonna get inside the ball together, and they're both okay with the idea of getting into this ball together and like flopping around the pool. But then the prank is that the one brother isn't gonna get in the ball. He's gonna get in the ball and then get out of the ball, and the other guy's gonna be stuck in there. That's a classic. That's classic. Like any good prankster, the Dobres are not afraid to repeat a successful prank. Something they've done not once, not twice, but 3 different times is push a sleeping family member into a body of water. So the first time they did this prank was on one of the brothers, Marcus. This one is almost conceivable. They drag his bed from his room like 25 feet outside to the pool. It's almost believable. Or at least it would be almost believable if it wasn't raining outside, they didn't make so much noise, and if they didn't put a shirt over his face.
Think he's ever gonna wake up?
Probably never at this rate. I think he's dead. Because nobody is this heavy of a sleeper. Except, of course, their mom. Because they did this again. It was so successful when they did it to Marcus, they decided, let's up the ante by like 1,000. We'll do it to our mom. And this time, instead of like dragging her 20 feet into a pool, we're gonna take her from her hotel room, out the door, down the hallway, down the elevator, through the lobby, and then across like half a mile to get to the ocean where the sun is like beaming down on her face the entire time. These videos leave me with so many questions, like, look at this door. How are they gonna get through the door? Let's wait and see how they get through the door. Oh, they're just gonna cut to when they're outside the door and not show the process of getting through the door? Makes sense. There's people around talking, there's cars driving around, there's the sound of the ocean because they're by the ocean. But then the moment she's in the water, that's when suddenly something triggers and she wakes up. Nothing woke her up before. It was just like suddenly floating on the water, which I would think would actually be more relaxing than being carried by 4 adult men. That's when it finally clicks that she's in the ocean, and oh, she falls, and the dad falls, and everyone falls, and it's fine.
I have to be honest, I knew it was a prank.
Really?
I actually really like their parents. I like that the mom like has to come clean. Guys, I knew you were just pranking me. I didn't want to wake up and ruin the prank after you guys bought me a house and a car and make so much money, and I'm so proud of you. But still, that wasn't enough for the Dobre brothers. They had to do it one more time. They already did the brother, they already did the mom. Next up, dad. Why does everybody in this family sleep on an air mattress on top of another mattress? Okay, so this time, I think they realized, or maybe they saw the comments that were like, this is obviously fake. So they're like, okay, we're gonna put big noise canceling headphones on his ears so he can't hear anything. That's great, he can't hear anything. But I would say of the 3 senses that are going to alert your body to wake up, sound might even be the last one. Perhaps it would be the feeling of your entire family dragging you through the grass, putting you into the back of a truck, or even more so, sunlight directly hitting your face. I love when another car drives by and they just kind of like stop and giggle at each other for a second, probably thinking like, nothing, just doing a prank. We're just doing a prank. I know it looks like we might be disposing of a dead body. It's just a prank. And then they throw him into a river where he immediately wakes up. And then, of course, he and the mom fall into the water because it's funny for the old people to be wet. Darn you, children. I thought for sure that I would never find myself the target of your goofs. Nobody's safe from the prank brothers, not even a little baby. What's that? You thought these guys wouldn't have the balls to prank a tiny little baby who's definitely not asleep right now? Think again. This prank is legendary. They go to a balloon store, they buy like 15 balloons, and then they strap them to an unsuspecting tiny little baby. Get wrecked, baby. And then, as you probably expected, they let go of him and he floats up into the sky where we can only assume he took on a brand new life among the birds. Just kidding. Of course they don't actually let go of him, not because he'd float up into the sky like a cartoon, but because he and the 15 balloons strapped to him would instantly fall to the ground. So it's safe to say these guys are pretty savage. Sometimes though, the life of a pranky prankster starts to catch up with you, and before you know it, the pranker becomes the pranky. This is exactly what has happened to them multiple times now, where they've had to deal with some pretty messed up vandalism. First graffiti.
Oh no.
The Dober Army Sooks.
Don't you know how to spell?
How dare someone come and spray paint that filth on their garage door in front of a security camera using spray paint that washes out almost effortlessly. And as if that wasn't bad enough, a few weeks later, bam!
eggs.
What the heck?
Now, I'm not accusing them of faking these stunts.
There's no way this is real.
Obviously, they have zero credibility at this point, but these are pretty serious things to fake. It would almost be like, I don't know, faking a brutal injury for the sake of content. You just don't do stuff like that, you know? But what I will say about these two eerily similar videos posted about a month apart from each other is that the person vandalizing them looks like the exact same guy. He has pretty distinct and weird mannerisms that are very similar to the weird and distinct mannerisms exhibited by their friend who played Bigfoot in a video called Bigfoot Invaded Our Home.
Why do you keep coming here and doing this?
Again, I'm not accusing them of anything. All I'm saying is that if you needed a guy, hypothetically, to play a fake prankster for a video, this would probably be the guy they'd ask. Also, they mentioned so many times in this video that they have 24-hour security dedicated to their property.
And we have security too. They have authority to do whatever is necessary to protect us.
So this guy had to get past the security on foot while holding eggs. Those security guards must suck.
I got a bunch of eggs. I'm here to see the daubers.
Oh, yeah?
These aren't for throwing. I'm gonna eat them. Oh, okay. You're good to go.
We can't clean this. How are we gonna clean, like, all this?
He's right. I mean, what are 4 able-bodied adult men gonna do about a few eggs? They can't clean that up. They're not capable of cleaning that up. But I mean, this is the same guy who started this video by saying he doesn't know how to use the camera.
Take the camera, bro. I don't know how to operate this thing.
Just shows that money can't buy everything.
Bye-bye.
So that's the Dobre brothers, masters of prank and pretty much nothing else. Honestly though, if you guys want to know my real opinion on these guys, because they are like stupid popular right now, I think they're pretty harmless. As far as overly successful and rich YouTubers go, they could be a lot worse. I just find them entertaining, honestly. And they're not really doing anything wrong. I mean, obviously they fake their pranks, but like, am I outraged that they're faking their pranks? No, because everything on YouTube is fake at this point. I know I spent a long time talking about how fake their pranks are, but I just do that because I think it's funny how little effort people put into making things seem real anymore. The only thing that really bothers me, I guess, about the Dobre brothers is how business first their content is, especially now that they're going on tour. They never, ever miss a chance to plug their tour. They plug it at the beginning of the video. They plug it at the end of the video. Hell, sometimes they'll stop what they're doing to plug that shit right in the middle of the video. And their merch, holy shit.
ShopDobre.com.
We get it, guys. You have pants that have your name on the dick. We see you wearing them. You don't need to also mention it 5 times in every video. Call me crazy, but I think that's a few too many times to plug your merch. Thank you so much for watching this video, guys. If you liked it, remember to keep it to yourself because all my videos are secrets and I don't want anybody to know about them. So don't subscribe, don't follow me anywhere, and whatever you do, don't buy this merch at DrewGoodenShop.com for $3. I'll be back tomorrow with another daily vlog. Thank you again so much for watching, and remember to go to jail. So, bye.
Bye-bye.
Hey guys, welcome back to another video where I say a bunch of numbers and like 3 jokes. Sorry in advance, this isn't gonna be one of my wacky silly videos where I put on a clown suit and get bonked in the head. I wanna talk about something that's been on my mind a lot lately. So one of the many byproducts of everything that's gone on this year is that food delivery apps are killing it. Turns out when you don't wanna leave your home, it's pretty convenient to have a different person deliver meals straight to your door and into your mouth. I've certainly fallen into that trap a number of times, even before this year. Picture this relatable scenario. It's almost 3 p.m., you should have eaten lunch already, but you haven't because you got caught up in work, so you're starving. I think a burrito sounds good. I'll just do Chipotle. I know if I run in and pick it up, it'll only be like $8, but I really don't have time for that today, so let's do delivery. All right, I got the bowl. Add $3.95 to avoid small cart fee. Fair enough, I don't want to have to pay another fee, so let's do chips and guac. I'm pretty hungry. All right, everything looks good. And it is $21. That's not even including the tip, so it's actually gonna be closer to $30 for one person ordering fast food. You know what, I'm being greedy here. I don't need the chips. I'll go ahead and take those off, and that'll bring our total all the way down to $19 because the small cart fee is just a little bit less than the chips and guac were. And that's not even mentioning the fact that all of the base item prices are marked up from what they would be in the store. Here's the same exact order from the same location, but through Chipotle's website. Everything on here is more expensive, but sometimes in a way where you don't even notice. Now, in general, I would say I'm definitely on board with spending a little bit more for the sake of convenience. It's one of the simple joys you get as an adult, the whole treat yourself mentality. Spending more than you have to on something and pretending it doesn't bother you, hell, that's what life is all about. But if I can, I do want to try to make sure that extra money is going going to the right place. Giving a big tip is always nice because I know that's going straight to the person who needs it and who's working hard to earn it. Paying a delivery fee, a small cart fee, and a nebulous service fee, which can add up to almost double the cost of the meal and all go to a company that's acting only as the middleman, is not nice. And that's all working under the assumption that the service itself is actually good. How many times have you tried to Postmate something and they mess up your order, or it arrives cold, or they send it to the wrong address, mark it as delivered, and then your neighbor won't answer the door when you go and ask for it back? I wish that number was 0. But wishes don't always come true. Food delivery apps are an unbelievably expensive service that also happen to be very bad most of the time. But at least your order is helping support a local restaurant during a tumultuous time, right? Well, yes. Sort of. Because for all the service fees and extra charges that get thrown onto the customer, almost none of that goes back to the restaurant itself. In fact, the number varies from city to city and depending on which app you're using, but some restaurant owners have reported that DoorDash has charged as much as 40% commission on orders placed through their app. As it is, restaurant margins are extremely thin. You have food costs, employees to pay, a building to rent. It's just a really difficult industry to succeed in, and when these middleman delivery apps come in and take a huge cut, it can be devastating. Now, at this point, I think the reasonable response that a lot of people have is, well, okay, if these delivery apps are so bad to work with, if they take such a big cut, why do the restaurants keep using them? And it's because they have to. Unfortunately, right now, there's not really a valid alternative. You either give all of your profits to Uber Eats or you risk going out of business. The owner of a barbecue place in California says he simply can't afford to hire his own drivers, but 80% of his orders are now delivery, so he's kind of in a bind. I think it is worth noting that these delivery apps do add a lot of visibility and marketing to local restaurants. I've discovered several great food spots around me just by browsing DoorDash. That in itself can be very valuable. Another benefit is that any mishaps that happen with the order can be handled through the third-party app, so the restaurants who are already busy fulfilling other orders don't have to worry about processing refunds. When you get the wrong food delivered to your house, you usually just contact Postmates and they resolve it directly. However, and this is a good point I read in this article, in that situation, you're probably more likely to blame the restaurant than you are the delivery app, even if it wasn't the restaurant's fault. And even though they made a mistake, you'll probably keep using Grubhub. You'll just never order from that restaurant again, especially if it was your first time trying them out. Also, due to the lack of communication between the apps and the restaurants, DoorDash doesn't know when a store has run out of a certain product. So you'll have customers that try to order a brisket and think they've done so successfully until 15 minutes later they get a call from the restaurant telling them they're sold out. Again, in that situation, they're more likely to be frustrated with the restaurant, even if it was DoorDash's fault. So there are both benefits and downsides to doing business through these apps, but like I said, the restaurants just really don't have a choice right now. And the apps are very well aware of this, because back in March and April, many of them took advantage of that desperation by hiking commission fees, which led to lawsuits and eventually lawmakers stepping in to impose caps in certain states. And if you can believe it, that wasn't even the first time DoorDash has done something exploitative. Last year, they got a lot of backlash for using customer tips to subsidize a driver's pay. In other words, if a Dasher was going to make $6 off an order and then you tip them $5, they'd still make $6, but your tip just came out of what DoorDash was going to pay them. So in a way, you're almost tipping DoorDash itself there, even though their tipping policy is that 100% of a tip goes directly to the driver. Just another example of how sometimes words can be both true and totally false at the same time. I think they have since changed this policy. I saw articles saying they did, but I've still seen recent comments from drivers mentioning this, so I'm not actually 100% sure. Regardless, it's always better to try and tip in person with cash if you can, because it'll maximize how much the drivers are getting paid, and we're trying to support them here, not the giant corporation. Here's something crazy though. In spite of the fact that they charge these exorbitant fees and come up with very creative ways to dish out as little money as possible, DoorDash has still lost $150 million this year. I'm almost in disbelief as to how that's possible, but I guess they're taking a page out of Hard Rock Nick's playbook. You gotta spend money to lose money. Now back on the topic of delivery drivers, it seems like each app has its own pros and cons that can make it frustrating or even less profitable to work with. And even with all the resources available online, it's pretty hard to figure out which one is the best.
Postmates just not cutting it.
Okay, so Postmates is the worst one.
With all things said, Postmates is the official winner.
I mean, Postmates is the best one.
Number 1 is DoorDash.
Or sorry, no, DoorDash is the best one.
This is my first experience with DoorDash. It was alright.
The best one at sucking, I meant. It's actually very bad.
I like DoorDash a lot better.
DoorDash is very good.
I'm actually getting pretty frustrated with
DoorDash.
Oh no!
DoorDash for the win.
That's true. It seems like the most consistent issues that drivers have is the lack of transparency coming from the apps. Whether it's not knowing how much you're gonna make from each order, or how the commission structure is even split up. It can also be even more annoying than that. Like for a long time, Uber Eats wouldn't tell the driver where they had to deliver the food until they had already accepted the order and gotten to the restaurant. So then you might end up driving for like 40 minutes just to make enough money to pay for the gas you spent on that trip. And then with DoorDash, another issue seems to be that unless it's busy in your area, you can't just hop in your car and start driving. You have to schedule your hours in advance, which can be not ideal. And it removes one of the main appeals of working for these companies, which is the flexibility. And on top of everything else, since these are such massive companies, it can be extremely difficult for drivers to get in contact with the company they work for. Postmates seems to be the most notorious for this. Sometimes a driver will go to pick up an order from a restaurant only to find out it's closed. And instead of paying them at least something for their time like the other apps do, Postmates is just like, sorry. Well, what are you waiting for? Go pick something else up. In a perfect world, restaurants wouldn't have to turn to these third-party apps to handle this side of their business, and they could just afford to pay drivers directly and give them more benefits and better pay than what they get from like Grubhub. But that's just not realistic. Even the apps that do deliver don't usually have a slick app that you can order on in a couple minutes. You gotta call them and talk to a person on the phone, and they can barely hear you because there's kitchen noise behind them, so you hope they get everything right, but you won't be 100% sure until it shows up at your door. I get why people prefer the apps. Convenience is very convenient. But one recommendation I do have, if you're trying to find a new place to eat and you want to find something local, open up Postmates, go on the DoorDash app, see if you find something you like, and then Google that restaurant and see if they have a website. Who knows, maybe they're just down the street and you can go pick it up, or maybe they do delivery themselves. There's a sushi place near us that started doing delivery back in April, and it's perfect because they get all of the money that we give them, and we save money because we're not paying random service fees. I will say though to be careful when you're Googling, because some of these apps have actually paid a lot of money to make it seem like going through them is the only way you can get delivery from certain restaurants. But sometimes after just a few more seconds of searching, you'll find a better alternative that the restaurant actually prefers you use because it won't eat into their profits. These delivery apps rely on us doing as little thinking as possible. They know that we just want to click like 3 times so we can spend the next 20 minutes watching a little car drive on a map towards our house. But sometimes that 4th click will cut them out of the equation altogether, and that's better for everyone. I know that none of what I said here was groundbreaking information. Everybody knows that delivery apps charge too much and aren't always the best to work for. I guess the point I'm really trying to make with this video is that it's such a weird industry because it's absolutely necessary, and yet no one's really benefiting from it. The consumers need it, which is why we're willing to pay extra service fees. The restaurants need it, which is why they're willing to pay extra service fees. And the delivery apps profit off both of those things while somehow still losing millions of dollars every month. Maybe a lot of this will level off eventually, I don't know. I'm sure a lot of that money goes to marketing. If you've ever seen a commercial that seems to be just for food in general, it's probably DoorDash. But another big chunk of their profits went towards something highly controversial, which was convincing Californians to support a legislature that lets them avoid treating their drivers like employees. I have seen drivers on both sides of this argument. A lot of them say they should deserve benefits like employer health insurance and paid sick leave, while some of them don't mind being treated like a gig worker because it comes with so much flexibility. Regardless, when a bunch of companies spend $300 million on propaganda so they don't have to treat their drivers better, it's kind of a red flag. And between that and the opportunistic price gouging, it makes it really tough to feel good about supporting these apps, especially when, like we talked about, you have to pay more money, the restaurants have to pay more money, and these delivery apps might all go bankrupt anyway. I guess I shouldn't be totally surprised. There's this whole side of Silicon Valley that I will never understand, where you have a company that's valued at $12 billion, but they're constantly just losing money. Like Netflix, for example. They spend billions more dollars every year than they make. I may be dumb, but don't you have to stop doing that at some point? Eventually you're gonna run out. And if food delivery apps and an at-home streaming service can't be profitable during a time where there are circumstances that necessitate the use of both of those things, when will they ever be? So I just wonder what the future of this industry looks like. If there's a bubble that will eventually pop, if all of the people funding these companies eventually stop doing that and they cease to exist, that wouldn't be good for anyone. Not for the consumers who rely on it, not for the drivers who would now be unemployed. But the trajectory I see here is that only one of these companies will reign supreme, and then they'll use their newfound monopoly to hike up all their prices until it gets to the point where no one wants to use them anymore because it costs $50 to deliver a taco. Sorry, I know this was a really unorganized video. video. I just had to get this rant off my chest. While we're on the topic of delivery services though, I want to ask you guys a question. So I've noticed that even though I always used Lyft, I would still tell people like, oh, I'll Uber there, right? Uber was always the verb in that sentence. So I'm curious for you guys, when you get delivery to your house, which company is the verb that you use? Do you say, oh, I'm gonna Postmates Chili's, or like, I Grubhubbed Red Lobster? Probably not that one, but I figured I'd still ask. So comment your answer down below if you want. I'll also probably do a Twitter poll about this because this is the kind of meaningless shit that gets me out of bed in the mornings. Ooh, sounds like my Dix just got here, so I'm gonna go play with that. Thank you all so much for watching today's video. I hope you all had a wonderful holiday weekend. Maybe you didn't get to spend it with your family this year, but sometimes that's okay. It's officially Christmas season now, which means I will be back soon with a fun idea that I came up with for a video. But that's it. See you next time, and Merry Christmas. Welcome back to your channel. Remember a few years ago when life hacks were starting to take over the internet, and they would range anywhere from pretty useful to how much free time do you think I have? Well, lately life hacks have been evolving so chaotically that I'm actually kind of scared now. Like, I don't know what it is about this egg spray contraption, but watching it makes my bones hurt. There's such a menacing aura here. I feel like no one should be able to wield this much power, except for me. I'm making eggs. So anyway, after eating my delicious and nutritious breakfast, my brain pooped out an idea for a video. So I went on Twitter and had you guys send me some of the most bizarre life hacks that you've seen lately. And today I will be sitting down with my wife, who's been asleep for the past 3 months, and we're gonna be trying some of them out and then ranking them on a scale that I came up with. Let's do this. Hi. Oh. Hi. You can put that glass pumpkin on your head the entire time?
It's ceramic.
Or ceramic. Equally breakable. My point still stands.
It's fall. I'm allowed to wear this on my head if I want to.
Okay. You're right. I just hope that you don't have to nod or feverishly shake your head at any point, because these life hacks are pretty bad. You're going to want to say no to them. So, as I discussed in the intro, today we will be ranking some life hacks. Some of them we will be testing out ourselves. Some of them we will not be because they're just total abominations and no one should attempt to recreate them. So my scale for this will be extremely useful, good, but way too time consuming, didn't work, what the fuck, and never talk to me again. Would you say that you eat a lot of pistachios? Well, 5 Minute Crafts has come up with a brand new way to enjoy pistachios without all the hassle.
What are they watching?
I think they're watching this life hack video.
Yes.
Oh, I did it right. I get that, like, to eat a pistachio, you want to have a second bowl to put the shells in, but, like, you already need one bowl for this. Instead of cutting off who thought of this?
I'm all for reusing stuff, but
Not in this way. I've already burned myself making one of these videos. Why not slice a finger off while I'm at it?
I always feel like we should say don't try this at home, but we're literally doing a tutorial that basically is telling you to do it at home.
Yeah,
and they don't have any warnings.
It's made for at-home trials. Not that you were gonna do this anyway, because we're the only people dumb enough to attempt this, but you know, it's worth saying. No, works perfect.
Still need this cup though.
True.
It's all warped.
Now it's gonna have pistachio residue in it.
My clothes are gonna smell like
nuts. Does it have to be that exact shape? The thing is, it doesn't matter how big this hole is, because you're just opening up the side to use the entire rest of the container. So this could just be the size of a pistachio and you squeeze it through every time.
So where do you store this when you're done with it to use it for next time?
In the laundry room, next to your regular detergent.
Let's make a little door.
Yeah, knock knock, who's there? Nuts. All right, dig in. Well, I forgot about the phone part, so maybe we'll just put that there.
So you go over to your friend's house and you see them eating pistachios
on the couch, and you're like, no, stop! I have a better way. You dump out a full thing of laundry detergent. Well, when you think about it, how long does it take to get 2 bowls out of your kitchen? Days? Maybe?
Months.
It could be months. But this only took us about 5 minutes, so.
You can make like a birdhouse.
Or a squirrel catcher. Put nuts in as bait.
Got him.
Then we feed him to Bim Bim. So here is the next one. Yeah, it looks a little so far. Don't worry, it takes a left turn.
Wait, why'd he cut a hole and put it there?
Because it's romantic. So obviously I'm not gonna recreate this because we're already married, but let's just say hypothetically, I was going to propose to you. If I did it like this, what would you say?
No.
Yeah, okay, that's fair. I'm gonna say never talk to me again. So this video is 5-Minute Crafts on Facebook. It's called How to Survive into the Wild for Urbanites. Vital hacks for sudden camping. You know, when you find
We gotta
yourself...
go camping now.
Suddenly, I'm camping. When you're suddenly camping and you're not prepared, you might accidentally step into a puddle. But there's a solution. Yeah, no, that's the whole thing.
Oh, how do you take that off?
Well, I guess we'll find out.
Why do I gotta do this?
I guess that's a good point. Well, I've lost all flexibility in my foot. So if I were to have to run quickly away from, say, like a bear.
Yeah, you probably shouldn't keep this on long so you don't lose circulation or anything.
Now, it looks stylish, of course, and it's very hard to walk in, but the real test is going to be if my sock stays dry. Let's see what happens.
Uh-oh, stepped in a puddle.
Oh, no. Oh, yeah. All right. Now, take it off. Yeah, no, my sock's all wet.
It is. So you still get wet feet and wet socks, and you have to put on and take off duct tape.
But we'll always cherish the time we spent together.
That one's just didn't work. Duct tape is good for many things. A makeshift shoe is not one of them.
So remember when we went on that long road trip a couple years ago and we would take turns sleeping in the car, but it was so uncomfortable? 5-Minute Crafts has come up with a brilliant solution. I like how the last shot makes it look like she's the only one in the car, as if she drove all the way there like that.
I don't even want to try it. I can just tell you, that's so unsafe.
Yeah, I don't want to try it, but for the sake of the experiment, I think we have to.
Well, it's not great. I can't really see, and it hurts my neck, and my face is getting really sweaty, and it's not really making me want to fall asleep because of all those things. So I would say don't do this.
Big no from me.
So this one, probably not going to try this one out, but just had to share this with you.
You shouldn't have a hack for safety.
Right.
Why spend thousands of dollars on a life vest when I can just make my own?
Because you might die, and the human life is priceless. This one is somewhere in between WTF and Never Talk to Me Again. Maybe
That's
Never
WTF.
Talk to Me Again, just because if someone tries to do this, they will never talk to you again because they're going to be drowned in the lake that they were swimming in. Little trickier than we thought.
This is definitely a two-person job. So I'm going to help you make this so that you can squeeze it when you're mad at me.
Exactly. Almost there. I can feel the stress melting away already. And then when you're done with the empty bag of marshmallows, you can put a ring in there and propose to your girlfriend. Hey, we may not always see eye to eye. Actually, I can't stand you, but will you be my wife?
Well, it's actually...
So far, so good, actually. It's pretty cool.
Here's another life hack.
And then pop it like a piñata and all the kids get the marshmallows off the floor. It's not too bad. But we have to try the stress test. Honey, you left the toilet seat down again? You know how hard it is for me to have to lift that up and put my hands on the gross little seat and get pee-pee all over my hands and all over the seat and all over the ground and all over the wall. That's probably the best one so far.
Yeah, I got to eat marshmallows.
So that is gonna go in extremely useful. I don't know if this is true or not. It seems wrong, but I also don't know how else you would make apple juice, so...
This is how they do it
in the farmlands. I froze them last night, pulled them out this morning.
I don't want to touch them. They look so cool.
Well, we're gonna have to do more than touch them. We're gonna squeeze the crap out of them.
What? Is it?
The liquid coming out is very white. I think it's just like the condensation from being frozen.
It smells like apple juice.
Yeah, it does. All right, bottom up. Kind of tastes like apple juice. All right, I guess we'll be squeezing the rest of these and filling a whole carton of juice and then selling it on the side of the road. But if this is how you make juice, it's not really a life hack. It's just explaining how to do it.
So it's just a messier way to do it. So I guess that's a life hack. A life hack is just a messier way to do things.
That's a really good way to describe all life hacks, honestly.
Good, but time consuming.
Now, if there's one thing I hate, it's robbers. I hate people who rob and commit crimes. But I also want to have a key outside my house that's available to anyone, my friends or my family, who I need them to stop by if we're out of town. Not that we literally ever go out of town, but you know, this is a hypothetical scenario. But if you just put it under the mat, people are going to find that. Those robbers I was talking about, they're going to find it and they're going to break in. Well, they're going to unlock the door. They don't really have to do any breaking.
I guess they're not really breaking anything.
So this is an interesting twist on leaving your key under the mat. So yeah, you put grass on a key basically, and then you stick it in your... You seem intrigued. It's not terrible. The person who sent this to me said how to lose your own keys on purpose. Yeah, because when they zoom out, it's like, shit. You're spending like 2 hours on your hands and knees trying to find it. I don't know if any of these categories actually work for this, because it's not time consuming. Well, maybe it's time consuming if you lose it and it takes you 2 hours to find it. So just for it being good, I'll go ahead and put it there.
Spinning like a broken record for a play.
No!
I like the perfectly positioned woman in the back is like, which, you know, points out the absurdity of this. It's like they're admitting if you do this, people are going to look at you like you're crazy.
So she just drops her pants. And what is she paying for? She just stops in the middle of running and pulls her pants down and just pays someone off screen.
I'd like to continue running outside.
Who just accepts the money, no questions asked.
Well, wouldn't you? This seems trustworthy. Hell, I'll put it in my pants. What do you think? I'm kind of thinking WTF.
Well, I would say never talk to me again, but if you're giving me money while you're doing that...
I'll talk to you a couple more times. So we'll say WTF. So then, finally, this one is going to require probably the most work. These pictures suck.
Here in Playside, still it doesn't seem like you see me.
High five. Thanks. Sorry about bashing your head in earlier. I don't know how many oranges we're gonna need for this, but I got 4 just in case. Forgot they're round. Do I look good?
Yeah.
Why'd you hesitate? So I have to like lay down for this. Do I look like a model?
Yes.
Why'd you hesitate? Is this a bad time to tell you I'm allergic to oranges? Awesome.
What would you rate this?
Without even seeing the picture?
Yes.
Well, I would say extremely useful without seeing the picture, but I don't know how bad it's gonna look.
How's your experience?
Smells like oranges, like a lot, and my face is kind of wet. All right, moment of truth. I have a giant mark on my forehead now, but it'll be worth it because this will be a very good picture.
Do you like it?
They look great. I look so good. That is our definitive tier list, I suppose, of 2020 life hacks.
Well, you put them into the categories, but they're either dangerous, wasteful, absolutely absurd. 1% of them are decent.
That's kind of just the general rule of life hacks.
Yeah.
What was that you said earlier?
A life hack is just a messier way to do things.
Very well said. Well, guys, Gooden family, signing off once again, wishing you a happy birthday. Oh boy, that was fun. And I didn't even get injured this time. Thank you guys for watching today's video. If you're new here, please subscribe. I'm trying to hit 1 billion subscribers by the end of 2017. Well, anyway, I'm kind of on the run from the law.
long story. But if anyone asks, I wasn't here. I'll see you guys next week. Yes, guys, I know exactly what you're thinking right now. Drew, you can make a video about anything in the world, anything at all. And you've chosen to make 2 consecutive videos about the Paul brothers. I get it, I know. I understand that in doing so, I'm sort of part of the problem. I'm helping perpetuate their fame, even if I'm talking about them in a negative way. But I wholeheartedly believe this will be the last video I ever make about Jake Paul. The last video I made will be the last video I ever make about Logan Paul, and I implore you guys to hold me to that. But yeah, so today I'm gonna be talking about Jake Paul's recent business endeavor that he created called Edfluence. He first announced this in his New Year's video titled, "Here's Why 2017 Was the Best Year of My Life." Now on its own, this is actually kind of a funny video. It's just like from start to finish, or at least from start to the point I finished, which was about a third of the way through. It's just a brag fest. Here's what I bought, here's all the money I have, here's my nice car. One of the hilarious tidbits in here is when he mentions how he wrapped up his second and final season on the Disney Channel to, quote, focus on other acting jobs?
So I could focus more on other acting jobs?
Sure, that's one way to put it. You could also say that he got fired, and you'd be more correct if you said it that way. So after he lists like the 30 things that he's done this year that he's very proud of, he transitions into his big announcement for Edfluence.
I literally think I have one of the best jobs on the earth. I get to do what I want, where I want, with who I want, and make a lot of money doing it. And so I wanted you guys to be able to do it too. So in 2017, guys, I spent hours and hours and hours developing something I call Edfluence.
So he just spent the last minute, well actually he spent the last 6 minutes kind of building up to this, because by bragging about all the things he was able to buy and the things he's able to do, and then transitioning into being like, look, I live a great life, you know that. Oh wait, I think there might be a way for you to live the life that I've showed off to you.
Edfluence is a course that you guys can take right now online. How to do social media, secrets, tips, tricks, all things that have taken me years to master. You could even potentially be able to join Team 10 if you take this course.
Okay, I'm intrigued. So let's check it out. I cannot wait to figure out what type of influencer I am. So let's go ahead and take this quiz. I currently use the following platforms. Facebook, absolutely not. Instagram, no. Snap, no. I don't use any of them, and I don't want to. At a party, this sounds most like me. The party don't start till I walk in. That sounds the most like me, for sure. Money or fame. Unfortunately, there's no option for neither. I'm not about material possessions, but I'm gonna go ahead and go with money. I'm this committed to becoming a popular influencer. Not interested. My game of choice. Why can I only choose one? I'll go with Angry Birds. Being a social media influencer is whatever, it just is. I like that all of these questions have an answer that is exactly what I was already thinking. I would make these kind of videos. Comedy, daily vlogs, fitness. If I decide not to become a social influencer, I would never do anything else. My dream car, don't care, just a car. Is that it? I made a huge mistake. Okay, so now what we've got here is an unskippable video, and we're teased that a big announcement is coming in about 7 minutes. So let's watch.
I'm Jake Paul, and if you know me, you probably know all about Team 10 as well. And at the end of this video, I have a crazy new announcement about something I'm calling Team 1000.
I literally have goosebumps. I'm gonna be on Team 10, Team 1000.
Making videos, making massive business deals, working with brands, sponsorships, designing my own merchandise, traveling all across the country. Basically, I get to play for a living.
I don't wanna do that.
10 years ago, social media influence, actually 5 years ago even, social media influencers like me didn't even exist.
You heard it here first, guys. 5 years ago, Jake Paul didn't even exist. He was created in a laboratory about 4.5 years ago.
We have a bigger audience, get more engagement, have more viewership, and even make more sponsorship money than many major TV shows. Take, for example, Keeping Up with the Kardashians. It's a big show, right? They get 2 million viewers an episode and post an episode every week. So over the course of a year, they get 104 million views.
Does he think that they have a new episode every week throughout the year? Like there's no season break, there's no off time. It's just 52 weeks in a year, 1 episode every week.
I'm posting every single day, averaging about 12.6 million views per day. Over the course of the year, that's 4.6 billion views. So you tell me, which one has more influence?
The bigger one.
Having freedom and financial freedom and the cars and stuff are all cool and stuff too. As you know, Team 10 is a super exclusive group of top influencer talent that I've personally hand selected. And once an influencer makes it into Team 10, they're basically made. I'm talking millions of views and engagement off the charts. But not just anyone can make it into the house. And to be honest, most people aren't ready to be on Team 10 and still have things to learn. And this is why I'm stoked to introduce you to something super special today. Team 1000.
It's like Team 10, but the number's bigger.
Steps in this really aren't that hard. We've done the hard part of figuring out how to do this. So if you can't follow the roadmap, then there's just no chance you'll make it into Team 1000 or maybe even as a social media influencer. You know already that there are millions of Jake Paulers watching this right now, and if you wait on this, you'll probably miss your shot at 1000.
Oh no, he's right. There's so many other people who are gonna jump on this chance, and if I don't do it right now, then I'm gonna miss out. I don't even have time to stop and think about it. I just gotta freaking grab my credit card, sign the heck up before all the other Jake Paulers beat me to it.
If you're a kid out there like I was trying to start my social media career, you could become successful. And if you can't sacrifice some Starbucks for the next few weeks, then maybe that just means this life isn't free.
I can sacrifice Starbucks for a few weeks. I don't need that. I just need to become Jake Pauler. Then I can have all the Starbucks I ever want in my life. Inspirational stuff. I'm ready to fucking get started. Let's do this shit. Good on him for only charging $7. So let me go grab my credit card. I feel like he really overhyped the whole like go without Starbucks for a few weeks thing, because $7 is literally like 1.5 coffees. This is a very useful feature. I've never seen this when entering my credit card information before. Next to where you put in your credit card number, it's got like an up and down arrow. So you can just like click up until you get to your credit card number. Great. Yeah, this is gonna take a while. You're purchasing an Inner Circle one-time charge of $7. That's not so bad. All right, so here we go. It took him 5 years. I'm gonna figure out in like 2 days because I'm gonna zip through this shit. I'm noticing though over here on the left that this is chapter 1, but chapter 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, oh my God, all these chapters are locked? Do I have to watch them?
Hey, what's up guys? Jake Paul here, and I'm so stoked that you took action and picked up the roadmap to 1000.
Join Jake's Inner Circle. I thought I already did. It said one-time purchase, $7 for Inner Circle. But now if I want to join his Inner Circle, I have to pay $57. Oh. That's a lot of Starbucks. Hold up! The Inner Circle is the only place to get the secret strategies that Team 10 used and still uses to get and keep attention, build our audience, and become top social media influencers. Do you want to see what's in the Inner Circle? Yeah, that's why I paid $7. This is so fucked up. Here's what I'm picturing is, a kid has just watched this. He's a huge Jake Pauler. He watches a video, he's like, oh, my dreams will come true. I just need to get the roadmap. And he sees $7, that's nothing. So he asks his mom for her credit card number. She puts it in because it's like, okay, $7 to, you know, learn how to become like your whatever. Parents don't give a shit, right? Maybe she watched the video too and she's like, okay, yeah, sure, that seems reasonable. So she puts in her credit card information. He pays the $7 and then immediately is asked to pay $57. But here's the best part. The parent has already put in their credit card information. So you don't have to put it in again. You just click one box and you just charge your mom's card another $57. You don't even have to get her permission at this point. There's absolutely no part of me that thinks it would be a smart decision to spend another $57. But I set out to do something today. My mission was to join Team 10, and I'm not gonna let a small road bump followed by a much bigger road bump get in my way. Dear God, I'm sorry for what I'm about to do. Please forgive me. Love, Drew. My card was declined? What? Holy shit, guys, I just got a text from American Express. It was a fraud alert. So I wonder if this has happened so many times now with parents calling and being like, I didn't authorize this purchase. I authorized the first one, but not the second one. Maybe this is like an immediate red flag for the credit card companies. That is hilarious. It seems I have been gifted a second chance. Someone out there was looking down on me and said, Drew, don't be an idiot. Do not give this guy $57. I'm gonna give you one more chance to not do that. And, well, I'm gonna blow that chance. Success! You may now continue viewing the members-only content. Welcome to Team 1000, bitches! We made it. I'm not gonna bother with chapter 1 because I already had that, and if I only watch chapter 1, then why did I just spend $57?
So I'm gonna skip around. Let's go to chapter 12. All right, what type of content should you post on YouTube to get the most hits? Holy shit.
Oh, hey! Didn't even see you guys there. Sorry, I'll put this YouTube mug away, but it is kind of ironic that we are talking about YouTube. Chapter 13. Oh, sorry about that, guys. It's actually chapter 12. Come on, Jake, what are you doing? Sorry, Jake, there's a lot of chapters. All right, Jake, let's do this. What is up?
People paid $64 for this. That was like the first one I watched, and he's like stumbling over his words. Oh, this is perfect. This video is 17 minutes long. Why did I do this? Why am I doing this? What? No one forced me to do this. This is my idea. I thought this would be fun. I thought this would be funny. It's neither of those. It's miserable. And now I have to explain to my wife why I used our kids' college fund.
What I have found works the best within the videos are drama, stories, crazy things like pranks.
Slow down, Jake.
Animals.
I can't keep up with you, Jake.
Comedic stuff.
And
also like sad
stuff.
Stories or
sad stuff. That's good.
I'm
learning so much already.
The more content, the more views, the more people clicking into your channel, the more subscribers that you're getting, the more money that you're making, so that you can spend even more time on making videos, which helps your videos do better. And so guys, be consistent, stick to a schedule, don't go away from it. One thing that you could do is...
All right, I like this one. How to close deals when working with brands.
Oh, you're what, Mom? You're watching this Edfluence course? Oh my gosh, you're blowing up, Mom? Oh my gosh, yeah, I know, because everything in this course is right. You should follow it. Click. Here you go. Cool. Episode 4.
This is so half-assed. I'm sure there's some valuable information in here, but every time I click on anything, it's just like, everything's the first take. Like, he couldn't be bothered to say something again. I understand he's busy, but people spent $64 on this, and I don't even know what he's saying half the time.
I don't know if that's going to be the final title, but that's basically what it's covered, so I can say something different.
This was $64. I'm still confused, like, what exactly is Team 1000? One of your big selling points in your introductory video is like, you can be a part of Team 1000. I'm so excited to announce Team 1000. You know Team 10, you can't be a part of that. You're not good enough, but maybe Team 1000. So give me $64, follow these steps, and then maybe you can join Team 1000. Here's the thing though, I still don't know what Team 1000 is. Am I on Team 1000 now? I noticed just now that there is a tab that says Team 1000 near the top. You click on Team 1000, get this baby, you ready for this? Team 1000 coming soon. Stay tuned for updates. Winky face. So I spent $64 on a screen that says Team 1000 coming soon. I thought I was paying $57 to become a part of Team 1000, and yet it seems the only information I have about Team 1000 is that it doesn't exist yet. So what the hell, man? Now, according to the terms and conditions that I agreed to and that everyone agrees to by joining this, I am accepting that at any point in the future, they can just charge me again. So sure, Team 1000, it's coming soon, right? But who's to say that when it does come out, they don't automatically charge my card again? They have my credit card on file. I got an immediate fraud alert, which I don't know if that happens to you guys a lot. I have never in my life gotten a fraud alert from using a credit card on any website. And I've bought things from weird websites before. I've traveled without calling my credit card company. Like I'll be in Florida one day and then in New York the next day using my credit card and I'll never get a phone call. That is so funny to me that this has clearly been problematic for people and for parents, I assume. I think in conclusion, Edfluence is just one more example that kind of proves the point I tried to make in my last video, which is that Jake and Logan, their number one goals in life are to one-up each other in terms of getting people to pay attention to them. And they both simultaneously seemed to run out of ways to do that. And so, seemingly in unison, they each respectively did the worst thing they were capable of. Logan, the entertainer, wanted to, quote, show people something they had never seen before by doing something that had never been done before, right? And then you have Jake, on the other hand, the business person. He's literally guilting people into giving him money so they have a chance to live the life he lives. In his video, he talks about how you used to have to be lucky, but now it's all about hard work and talent. And to an extent, that is true, but there is still so much luck involved. And for him to say, you have to do this if you want to be successful like me. Well, there's plenty of people who are successful on YouTube that didn't pay him $64. It's not even impressive manipulation, right? These kids spend every day watching his videos, dreaming of living the life that he lives, to the point where so many kids don't even have reasonable aspirations in school anymore, because it's just like, oh, I'm just gonna be a famous YouTuber like Jake Paul. I want to be like Jake Paul when I grow up. When it's so fucking unrealistic to live that life. And for him to just take advantage of that and basically say, for a couple of bucks, I'll tell you how I do it. You can be a part of Team 1000, which doesn't exist. It's easy to do that shit. In his introductory video, he's just driving around, showing off all the things he has, he's telling you all the money he makes. Everything's very vague though. And then he just kind of promises that you can do it too. That is not a difficult thing to do. There's nothing about that that's impressive to me. In fact, it's so simple that I went ahead and did it too.
Yo, what is up, little stinkers? My name is Drew Gooden, but you already fucking knew that, because I'm famous as fuck. Welcome to my place. Just taking Mr. Honda out for a little spin, for a little joy ride. You know, something we do when you're famous like me. Welcome home. Let's take a look around. Here's a little something you may not know about me. Even though I've only been famous on YouTube for a few months now, I've already made exactly $1 million from my videos. Don't believe me? Yeah. You think I could afford a place like this without having exactly $1 million in my bank account? Not a chance. Let's take a look around. Babe, over here. If you guys want to see the rest of that video and check out what the Premium Little Stinker Club is all about, then go to littlestinkerclub.com or click the link down in the description. What has taken me over 6 months to learn on YouTube, you could potentially learn in minutes for the low price of just $999. I just added this section onto my existing website. It was super easy. I think that's all I have for you guys today. I pretty much talked about this all. I might watch a few more of the videos to see if there's any more hidden gems in there, but there's just so much content to sift through. I couldn't do it all in this video. If you're interested in that, let me know. I think maybe the best format would be some sort of live broadcast where I just kind of go through and interact with you guys. So if you're interested in that, comment that you are. If you never want to hear me talk about either the Paul brothers again, I understand. Also comment that if that's what you think. Be sure to head to littlestinkerclub.com if you want to join the Premium Little Stinker Club. I'll tell you what it's all about. There is, of course, a very small fee involved, but I'm not gonna give away all my secrets for free. That would just be stupid. I've been recording for like 3 hours now, so I've got a shit ton of editing ahead of me, but thank you guys so much for your support. Be sure to subscribe if you aren't already. Be sure to unsubscribe if you fucking hated this video. And if you see me out in real life, come up and punch me right in the face. That's what I want. And please do that. So take it easy, guys, and I will see you next week. Hey guy, welcome back to my tiny little butt. One of the first commentary videos I ever made was about a Facebook magician named Rick Lax, who exploded onto the scene by tricking millions of normies into thinking that he was reading their mind, when really he was just doing math. Now, for a long time, Rick had completely disappeared off my radar until a few weeks ago when he went viral on Twitter with some pretty insane new tricks. For some reason, all of them involved pouring Red Bull on top of other things. I suppose by now he's run out of simple math tricks to do, so he's moved on to chemistry? I don't know, seems a little random, but he does possess magic, so I will not doubt him. I'd like to think that most people watching these clips would stop it halfway through and say out loud, this is fake news, I'm watching a lie. But scrolling through the comments on Facebook where, holy fuck, this has 178 million views, you can see a lot of people buying into it without much thought, which
is par for the course. This is Facebook. This is really eye-opening stuff. I never thought energy drinks could be so harsh. I'm never drinking energy drinks ever again. Indeed, it is eye-opening. Eye-opening Facebook, and now eye-closing Facebook. But you know what? I've clowned enough on Rick in the past. I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt here. So while I was planning my last video, I decided, you know what? I'm already doing all this DIY shit. Might as well pick up a couple of Red Bulls and take it upon myself to recreate Rick's wacky homemade science experiment. Only then can we prove once and for all that magic is real and Rick is hoarding it all to himself. To the table! Hi. As you all can see, I've brought with me today an assortment of crafting equipment. You'll notice there's no hot glue gun. Thank God. Instead, I just have a 12-pack of Red Bull, which I never buy or drink, but I did today just for this video, and a bunch of other shit that is about to get doused in Red Bull. So this will be exciting. The table is very short. I would stand like this, but I don't have the leg strength to maintain this for more than about 7 seconds. Whoop, and we're done. All right, so there are 5 specific energy drink life hacks from this video that we're gonna be attempting today. For each one that is successful, I will be awarding 1 point. If they are all successful, that's 5 points. Actually, the point system is arbitrary, I'm now realizing. But if they all work, and I was wrong about doubting Rick, then I promise to send a message to him on Facebook apologizing for this video, as well as the other one I made about him, and I will retract every negative thing I've ever said about Rick Lax. If none of them work, I will be calling the cops. You can't keep getting away with this, Rick. Lying is worse than murder. That's not true. Murder is way worse. Hey, let's get started. All right, in the first one, he cuts a balloon and then dips it into Red Bull. And look at that, the latex seals right up. Instantly, the energy drink just binds it together with whatever adhesive properties that Red Bull has. I'm gonna try to recreate it as accurately as possible. I don't have a martini glass. Hopefully a wine glass will do just as well. First, Red Bull in the cup. All right, this should be easy enough to test. Let's try another dip. I think you have to do it twice. He didn't say that, but that's what I'm assuming. Yeah, it didn't work. Let's try purple instead. I think it was the color of the balloon. It's almost ready. Yeah, it's not working. Don't worry, guys. That was just a fluke. I think the other 4 are definitely gonna work. This is Rick freaking Lax we're talking about here. He's never lied to anybody. All right, so for this one, spray fruit and vegetables with cooking spray. And would you look at that? I have fruit and vegetables. I'm sure I could just reuse the wine glass for this, but for maximum authenticity, I will be using a cup, because that's what he says. I don't wanna change any variables here. This is science we're working on. Totally normal thing to be doing. Oh no, it's so slippery. All right. Wait, let me get my legs into this. I mean, I squished it a little bit, but that's because it's a lemon and it's already a little bit squishy. The real test is gonna be one of these bad boys, which are so slippery right now. I'm wondering if I'll ever be able to hold anything ever again. I'm just glad I get to do this again. And this one practically has a built-in handle. You know what I just thought of? What if Rick's pranking me? What if to get revenge for the other video I made about him, he made this video knowing I would see it, my curiosity would take hold, and then I'd end up filming myself in my kitchen squeezing a bunch of slippery phallic vegetables. If so, good job, Rick. I'm putting these in the trash. I just washed my hands for like 2 minutes and they're still slippery. So for this next one, we're gonna get to do a little bit of cooking. This should be fun.
They ask you how you are, and you just have to say that you're fine when you're not.
Comment below your favorite type of egg. Wait, what's supposed to happen at the end? Okay, they don't look stretchy yet, but we do have some kind of reaction going on here with the Red Bull. Why does it feel like I shouldn't be doing this?
Oh, because I shouldn't? Yeah, that makes sense. I'm gonna go ahead and turn it on because it's definitely been 3 minutes and I don't know what kind of volcano is erupting.
Burnt Red Bull. Okay, well, I can tell you by looking at them that they're not stretchy, but of course the only way to find out if something is stretchy is by stretching it, so. Here we go.
Ow, it's hot. Ow, it's hot. Ow, it's hot.
You guys ever seen someone hold an egg yolk before? This is the grossest thing I've ever done, and I never want to do it again. And that's the end of the sentence.
Yeah, now I'm definitely sure that Rick is pranking me.
You know what? I'm actually going to give this one half a point. It didn't work quite as advertised, but the eggs are still technically stretchy. But then I'm going to subtract an entire point for making me have to clean this shit up. Fun fact, my mother-in-law is coming to visit in like 2 hours, and Amanda's gonna be pretty mad at me if it still smells like Red Bull and eggs. All right, the good news is there are no more eggs. The bad news is my hammer is about to get very sticky. Okay, seems simple enough. Good thing I came prepared.
When you're not really fine, but you just can't.
I love it. I love to do this. This is kind of like ASMR, except bad. So it's exactly like ASMR. Just when I thought this couldn't smell any better, we're now adding vinegar to the mix. Best day of my life. The hammer is wet. The kitchen is stinky. Time to see if the hammer is rubber. Moment of truth. Is it gonna be bendy? No, of course not. Why would I even think that it would be? By the way, this video now has 186 million views. Why? I've smelled a lot of bad smells in my day, most of them coming from my own body, but this takes the cake. A very stinky cake. A fun joke I'd like to do on this channel for a while is when I react to something silly that didn't work, is I'll put a card up recommending my video, why did you think this would work? Just a fun little meta joke I like to do, mostly to make myself laugh. I could have done that 4 times so far in this video. Don't worry though, I think I've saved the best for last. In this last clip, Rick is attempting to tackle one of man's most pressing issues, bread and its lack of portability. Well, I got my bread here. I wonder what the other secret ingredient is. Red Bull? You don't say. Honey, how come the hammer's in the sink? I don't know. Who are you? You don't sound like my wife. When I get done with this bread, it's gonna be so portable. Oh, the places I'll be able to go with this bread. When the bread's too big to fit in your pan for your life hack. Perfect, I can just use this weird tray that was already in the kitchen when we moved into this apartment. All right, bottoms up, guys. Not only can I take my bread with me anywhere now, but it's gonna be all soggy and taste like the worst drink. That relatable moment when you regret your choice. Coat both sides, yeah, good point. I'd hate not to be thorough. Now the moment of truth. I'm gonna take my wedding ring off because right now I don't deserve to be married. Oh, it's really working, guys. I'm doing it. I'm making the bread portable. Oh, guys.
Today, we celebrate our Independence Day.
After all that shit I talked about Rick, I was wrong. The problem was with me all along. Not this video. This works perfect. I can take this bread to a museum. I could take it to the beach. I could eat this bread anywhere and everywhere, and that's what I'm gonna do. Thanks, Rick. You guys wanna hear my theory as to how this one kind of worked? 'Cause the bread got wet. But hey, that's just a theory. Wait, hold on. The content is no longer available? Is Rick watching me right now? It all makes sense. This was his plan all along. He's had his eyes on me. There's a camera in here, isn't there? Come out, Rick, wherever you are. He planted this seed and then watched as I watered it with Red Bull and vinegar. And now that his bidding is done, he deleted the video, so I don't even have proof that it ever existed. Did it ever exist? Am I asleep right now? My light turned off. Well, I can already see all the comments about how I seem like I lost my mind in this video. And that's because I did. I don't even know how to end this video. It's all dark now because the light turned off. It still stinks in here. Well, guess the only thing I can do is eat the bread. All right, thanks for watching, guys. So I've gone back and forth on how I feel about this. At first I was mad at Rick for making me spend like $20 on Red Bull and a wet baguette, but then I thought about it and I actually started to appreciate what he's doing here. Obviously, these were not going to work, but the fact that he even made me feel like I had to disprove him is a success. Rick isn't a scientist, he's a magician, and these are just illusions. Like, I don't know how he did this balloon thing, but he certainly made it look like he cut the balloon and then the Red Bull fixed it. It's at least better than staring into the camera telling me that my number I subtracted 2 from is 2 less than the number I had before, and so I have to share the video because of it. He's adapting, he's improving his craft, so all I have to say is good for you, Rick. But then I thought about it some more and I got mad again. This fucking hammer was just rubber the whole time. That's why he's barely tapping these cans. This vegetable was just rubber the whole time. These eggs are... Oh, wait. I guess those are real eggs. Just kidding, because he cut to a news shot where he replaced them with rubber eggs. Come on, Rick, you're like 40 years old and you're playing with kids' toys pretending that you did magic just so you can go viral on Facebook? It's not all bad though. There are some positive stories to come out of this. I read this very inspirational message in the comments. Don't underestimate the power of energy drinks. These are my before and after pictures from when I never drank them to when I drank 3 a day. It was a lot of hard work and positive thinking too, so the energy drinks can't take all the credit. And these are the pictures. Well, I hope we all learned a valuable lesson today about how you can't believe anything you see on the internet because all of it's a lie. Except for, and I'm so glad I make my clone do all the brand deals for me, so I never have to advertise anything. Well, thank you guys so much for watching this video. I hope you enjoyed it. Remember to give a thumbs sideways if you were indifferent about it, and I'll see you tomorrow with another video about cleaning my feet. Bye!